All right, we are live. I'm eating though, so I'm gonna continue to eat. But we're here. Reverse the day down a little bit. More. All right, I think good. Activity. Deborah followed me 6 minutes ago. Thank you, Deborah, for following me. We'll do some news, but I plan on playing games more today
Alright,
than
good evening
anything.
folks, it's
Let's see
Enforcer
what's going
Matt,
on in the
and
world.
welcome back to another Short War video, and today it seems like everything's popping off all around the world, and today we have very big news out of Ukraine, Russia, Venezuela, India, and Pakistan, and let's jump right into it. This morning, Pakistan's declared they are in a state of war as Pakistani officials blame India for a major attack in the
Of
capital
course,
city
we're
of
back to war.
Islamabad. Meanwhile, we now have footage showing
Over
Pakistan
here.
deploying heavy military equipment to the borders as they prepare to respond in force. We also have news out of Romania that a Russian attack drone has crashed onto NATO territory as authorities investigate the cause of the incident. Meanwhile, Ukraine's launched a series of devastating long-range attacks on several different oil refineries across Russia, and we also have news out of Thailand and Cambodia, as well as news about a Turkish military plane mysteriously crashing over the former Soviet state of Georgia. So we have very big news today. We have even more than that. That's just some of it right there. So let's jump
Yeah,
right
they'll be
into our
live
first
tonight.
article, which goes to none other than Clash Report. And this right here is one of our biggest stories of the day. Right now we're hearing from the Pakistani Defense Minister Khawaja Asif. He says that they are in a state of
India's
war
gonna get
right now
rolled
in
again.
Pakistan. So this is a very big deal. We'd been hearing India make very strong statements that Operation Sindoor, which was the military operation against Pakistan, was not over yet. Now we're hearing that the Pakistanis are saying they are in a state of war. So it's not looking good right now between India and Pakistan, and also throw Afghanistan in the mix as well, because Afghanistan's now involved allegedly in attacking Pakistan. So we have a whole situation breaking out here with this that seems to be going off the rails quickly. But let's take a look and see what the Pakistani defense minister said right in his Twitter post right here. And he said, "We are in a state of war, and anyone who thinks that the Pakistan army is fighting this war in the Afghan-Pakistan border region and the remote areas of Balochistan should take today's attack on the Islamabad district courts as a wake-up call, and this is a war for all of Pakistan in which the Pakistan army is giving daily sacrifices and making the people feel secure, and in this environment it would be futile to hold out greater hope for successful negotiations with the rulers of Kabul and Afghanistan, and the rulers of Kabul can stop these attacks in Pakistan, but bringing this war all the way to Islamabad is a message from Kabul to which Pakistan has the full strength to respond." So as you can see right there, it looks like they are indeed preparing for some type of military action, and they're specifically referring to Afghanistan, but also they are blaming India as well. They are not just pointing the fingers at Afghanistan and the Taliban, they're also pointing their fingers back at India about this whole situation as well. So moving into our next post here, this one goes to
We'll have to
Insider
watch
Paper.
that disgusting poop festival that they celebrate in India that all the immigrated Indians are ashamed of.
And you might be wondering, what is the attack that the Pakistanis are referring to when they say an attack on Islamabad? And right here we actually have footage showing what appears to be a car on fire from a major explosion, and they're calling this an attack by some group, most likely from Afghanistan, on the Pakistani capital of Islamabad. So let's take a look at the video here. It shows a fire with a car, and let's see exactly what's going on. So right here you see it's pure chaos. There's a car on fire right there that allegedly, I believe, exploded. And you see they're trying to put a fire extinguisher, which sounded like a clown horn on it as well. But as you can see there, it's chaos right now inside of Islamabad, which is the capital city of Pakistan. And this right here is being deemed as an attack. And they're saying it's coming from Afghanistan, but also somehow backed up by India at the same time. So that's what we're hearing. But moving into our next post here, this one goes to Conflict Radar. And we are seeing that allegedly Pakistan's Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, has blamed India for the attack in Islamabad. So right now, the death toll is about 12
Gasoline.
people, and they are confirming this as an attack, and right now this appears
This
to be
weather is
causing
not
tensions
being
to
nice.
boil over.
It is cold out today in Pennsylvania. Very, very cold. 39 right now. And it's in my bones. Not that I don't wear a heated blanket all year round, but I'm thankful and have it up a lot higher than I normally do.
Over even worse than they already were. But moving into our next post here, we get some more information about why the tensions are boiling over so bad, and this one goes to FITUX Network. And if you hadn't already heard, there was a major attack in Delhi inside of India about a day or two ago. We reported on that in a short war video, by the way, but we are seeing a major blast in Delhi, and it looks like a live bullet was found on the ground near the blast site, according to police sources. So here is some of the aftermath of it right here. You can see there are some scraps of cars right here that apparently got exploded in this attack, and there's a live bullet right there sitting on the ground that investigators claim they found right next to the site. So it's looking
That's
like
a
we're seeing attacks inside
non-discharged
India, and
round,
we're also
though,
seeing attacks
so
in Pakistan, and there's a lot of confusion right now about exactly who pulled this off, but obviously India and Pakistan are going to point fingers at each other, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So tensions are indeed soaring rapidly, but we're getting some more disturbing news here in our next post, which goes to
India's going to do us a favor
this is causing
by
both sides to prepare for war. And right
attacking
now we're seeing that India's
Afghanistan,
Prime
and
Minister
then
Modi has announced a
in
security
a
cabinet meeting for
truth,
tomorrow,
we'll
which is
end up
today,
getting
at
that
5:30
military
p.m.
base
local
back
time
that we've
after the
wanted.
Delhi explosion. So they are discussing military action
We'll
to
see how that
respond to
works
this,
out.
and that's what the meeting is about. And this is not the only thing, by the way, because moving into our next post here, we're also seeing that Pakistan is making their own
Game of
escalations of
chess.
their own type right here, and we are
Wars
seeing
anymore.
heavy military movements observed in Pakistan this morning, and they are once
Using
again
the
moving
rails.
tanks and all kinds of heavy equipment to their borders to prepare for some type of military action. And right now, we're really not sure against who yet. It could be against India, or it could be against Afghanistan, or maybe even both of them. Right now, we're not really sure. But let's take a look at the video and see this equipment moving to the border right this second.
I mean, India got its teeth slapped by
sound in this video, but as you see, though,
at least the Air Force
of
did.
Trucks with tanks on the back of them right here. Military
They
trucks
lost like
lining
4
the street,
planes.
and this is a very big deal for many reasons. First of all, it's showing that Pakistan is intending on actually doing some military action against someone. And number two, this is a very large deployment. This is not small. So we're potentially looking at the very beginning of a very large conflict right here between Pakistan and maybe India and Afghanistan. So a very big deal right there on camera, and we now have proof of it as of this morning. But moving into our next post here, we're going to move into a different topic, and this one goes to Visegrad 24, and this is also another bombshell piece of news right now coming out of Romania. Because as we can see right here, a Russian attack drone has struck Romanian territory yet again this morning, and this appears to be another similar strike that we've seen before. And of course, I believe the Russians are going to call this accidental, but it's happened so many times in the past that if they haven't fixed the accident by now, then it's starting to seem really intentional. So we're seeing here the reports of debris of a drone being found today across the river from the Ukrainian town of Renai, which was under Russian attack last night.
Let this
and of
fly.
course, Romania is a NATO member state. So
but of course,
right
NATO
here,
will, because they're spineless.
The port of Renai on the Ukrainian side that's circled in purple at the top right of the picture, and right here where you see the tag, that is allegedly where some of the debris was found
pretty
right
far off.
into Romania. So, like I mentioned, this is not the first time this has happened. It has happened before, and we did confirm there was an attack on the port of Renai last night, and with it being in such close proximity, it is possible that it accidentally went across the border, but nonetheless, that does not excuse the fact that a drone just crashed and exploded on NATO territory yet again, and NATO did not do a single thing about it. They let it crash, and they did not shoot it down. So, very disturbing to see that yet again, and we're waiting on more details about this strike. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Military News Ukraine, and we've also gotten some very big footage here showing a very long-range attack by Ukraine on multiple different oil refineries inside of mainland Russia last night, and we saw a very long one right here in Orsk, and we also saw another one in Saratov. But first of all, let's take a look at this long strike in Orsk, over 1,400 kilometers from the Ukrainian border that this was struck. So Ukraine's getting
I was going to say, like a few minutes ago, but
this a version of
I think I'm good now. I think I want
so let's take a look at our first video, and we have 3 of them to look at here, showing every step of the attack. So let's take a look.
I'm not sure what kind of dessertish I want.
Oh no!
That's yours.
Eating salsa and chips. Like,
Can you take your shoes off?
Dad, you help me go
Yeah.
paint. Like this paint center.
You're gonna paint?
Yeah. On this.
I thought you wanted to show.
No. Yeah.
What do you want to paint? Marvel or Star Wars? Mickey.
No, the more.
Hmm?
The more.
They're locked. There's Nemo. Unlocked.
This is unlocked.
That's locked.
It's just locked.
That one's locked. Look your thumb. Let's go
Why?
back.
Why is it locked?
Because they want money.
So I got. So every the keys and we open up the pages.
Hey, there's Iron Man. What about him?
Yeah. And he wants to.
That worked.
Oh, my bingo. It's a paint. Oh, oopsie. I just had.
Do you want to choose your brush?
I'm gonna bust it. I went.
Okay, it's red. There you go. Take it.
Can't.
You're doing well.
So right there you can see, there was a very short little video there, 2 seconds, but you can see and hear the drone coming in right there. You can see it on camera.
Yeah, I see
and
the
it was
drone
coming
right there.
straight for the oil refinery, and I did not hear any air defense in that video. So maybe we'll hear some in the next 2 videos of the same attack, but let's move on to our next video here and see what's going on in our next post, which goes to
full
Max
screen with these
25,
guys.
where we get a different angle of the drone coming in and striking Orsk. So let's take a look. And right there it goes. It's right over the horizon. And you can hear, like I said, pretty much no air defense whatsoever. And there it is, throttling up a little bit. And it is crazy to believe that thing went 1,400 miles to get to Orsk, all the way from Ukraine. That is wild. Like, the fuel capacity on that thing must be pretty significant for it to go that far.
Yeah. Crazy how
And there it goes off into the distance, and
how
the
far it
Orsk
goes.
refinery is right out of camera view from this shot right here. So once again, very impressive it's going that far. But let's go ahead and move into our last video of the Orsk attack, which shows the aftermath of it, which was a very big aftermath. So let's take a look at this video and see it literally going in blazes from the drone we just saw on camera. Let's take a look. And there it is. This is the third and final video of the Orsk refinery attack. And as you can see out there in the distance, it was a successful strike. 1,400 miles to hit exactly right in the dead center of the Orsk oil refinery. So that is a big hit right there. And it looks like it has devastated the oil refinery, and it will likely be out for probably several weeks, if not months, according to what we're seeing right here. So this is a very big hit indeed. And from that one single drone you just saw coming in on camera. So truly remarkable to see that. But that was not all that Ukraine did last night. But moving into our next post here, this one also goes to Tendar, and we can see that Saratov was also struck heavily as well. Because we can see right here, the Saratov oil refinery in Russia has been shot ablaze, and the facility is allegedly run by Rosneft and produces about 7 million tons of oil products annually. So a very big plant, and a very big one to lose, by the way. And let's take a look here. It looks like we have fire coming out the smokestack. We got fire coming off pretty much everything on this plant right here. Some say the biggest fire that they've ever seen, but that's just the rumors we're hearing. But let's take a look and see exactly what this looks like. And there it is. That is Saratov right there, and it is burning quite badly. As you can see, it's literally lighting the clouds up. And it looks like there's some searchlights, actually. Am I seeing that properly? I think I'm seeing some searchlights coming from the site of the oil refinery right there. Never really seen that before. I guess they're trying to search for more drones coming in. That's kind of wild right there if I'm seeing that properly. I think that actually is searchlights I'm seeing coming out from the site. So I guess they're trying to manually target them. I guess that's why they're using searchlights. But I think the fire is illuminating the area quite well. So I'm not even sure why they need that. But it looks like a prison escape or something is happening here with those searchlights. It's kind of wild. I've never seen that before. But as you can see, Saratov is kaput.
It's not
But moving to our
coming.
next post here, this one goes to
It's
next to. And let's move on to this story right here, because I think we're looking at the next major scandal right now
No,
between
it's this
Russia and
side.
Turkey, but that's just my assumption
No,
right
that's
now.
art.
So let's see. The Turkish Defense Ministry has reported that a C-130 military transport aircraft, which had taken off from Azerbaijan, has crashed in Georgia. But this crash is very unusual.
Getting rid of all the
It's a
red.
very unusual looking crash right here, if I do say so myself. And when we watch this video here in just a second, you're going to see why. This aircraft looked like it was spinning to the ground, which is not normal for a regular crash. And it looks like it might have been hit by something. That's my layman's opinion on it. It looks like maybe something has fallen off the aircraft or maybe struck it, causing it to land in this manner, or actually crash in this manner. So let's take a look at the video, and you can make up your own mind for yourself. So let's take a look. So taking a look right here, this is the footage. Look at that. It's in a spiral going down. There appears to be a section maybe of the tail on the left right there. So this thing is going straight down the spiral into the ground. It's about to impact here in just a second.
Yeah, color.
And there it is. It just hit the ground right there.
He likes
But
painting. Up,
very odd.
now you got
Very
10.
odd indeed. That's very strange looking. And I'm really having some doubts right now about what caused this. Right now, we're not really sure what caused it. But as you can see, very odd circumstances indeed happening right over Georgia. But moving on to our next post here, this one also goes to Conflict Radar. And we've gotten some more news and pictures about this crash. And according to the Turkish Defense Ministry, there were 20 military personnel on board the plane. And there are no reports of survivors yet. And unfortunately, I think this might not be survivable just by looking at the pictures. I'm going to go and show you so you can see them as well. There's one of the aftermath pictures right there. It looks like the plane's
very
completely
rough
flattened.
crash.
And here's another one right here, appearing to show maybe the tail section, it looks like. I can't really tell. But it looks like it is indeed a pretty unsurvivable situation, just looking at it right here. So a very, very ugly situation happening right now with the C-130 crash, and I doubt anyone survived it. So very bad indeed. But right now, that is all we know about it right now. I really can't say much more about it than that, but we are waiting for more details. Because to me, I think there are a lot of unanswered questions here that are probably going to have some bad answers to them. That's just my hunch. But moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Null Reports, and we've also gotten some very rare footage right now coming out of Pokrovsk. And right now, there's some very heavy fighting happening between Ukrainian forces and Russian forces in this area, and there's been rumors that maybe Ukraine's going to lose Pokrovsk, and right now we're seeing exactly what the situation on the ground is, which is a very rare insight into what's happening here. So we are seeing in this video we got that Russian forces are exploiting heavy fog and poor weather to push light vehicles into southern Pokrovsk, and Ukrainian sources confirm the conditions are hampering drone operations, which is making it very hard to spot and strike these Russian movements. So this might explain why Russia's having some limited success in Pokrovsk, is because the fog and the weather is so bad that Ukraine can't launch their drones, which is one of the main ways that Ukraine repels these Russian forces. So that might explain a lot, but let's take a look at the video here and see exactly what the Russians are doing to actually meet the Ukrainians head on. Let's take a look. All right, so as you can see right here, this is Pokrovsk, and this is the Russians, and they're moving in these light vehicles right here, a bunch of dirt bikes. I don't even know what that is, a Bliatmobile or something, but a bunch of buhankas, bicycles, motorcycles. It looks like a clown force coming in, to be perfectly honest. It looks like a joke. But these are the Russians going into Pokrovsk right now, so they're not sending their best, to say the least. Definitely not their best, but they are definitely sending a lot of forces in, so I guess they're expecting the numbers are going to overwhelm the Ukrainian forces, but I mean, look at these vehicles, though. I mean, that is a Bliatmobile that's coming up right here. I don't even know really what that even is, and also, it's like the suspension's blown out. These are some rough vehicles coming in. These are not even military vehicles that they're sending in,
they're
so,
the
force
from
quality
people,
is not good, but the fog is making it very hard for Ukraine to strike back. So we get an idea from this video of exactly what's going on here, and it looks like it could be maybe defeated by the Ukrainians. If the weather lets up, the Ukrainians could fight back and defeat the Russians.
In the afternoon.
But the weather letting up, that's a big question mark right now. So if it doesn't, Ukraine might be having a very hard time defending. But if the fog does let up, Ukraine might be able to defend the area. So right now, we're watching that very closely to see what's happening inside of Pokrovsk. But moving into our next post here, this one goes to open source intel. You know, might remember, we reported on this about 2 days ago. We saw that Tuapse, which is the Russian port in the Black Sea in Krasnodar, was hit strongly by something, and we're hearing today reports that it was a Ukrainian Flamingo cruise missile, one of the first uses of it ever, carrying carrying a 1-ton warhead that hit the port, and that explains the huge explosion we saw. So let's take a look at the video and see what appears to be the Flamingo aftermath, and one of the first videos we have here showing the aftermath of that new infamous Flamingo missile that has been domestically produced by Ukraine. So let's take a look. So right here we see there's Tuap's port. And there is the huge explosion right there. That had to be a 1-ton warhead or something extremely large, and that appears to be most likely a Flamingo missile that struck that site. So the Flamingo appears to be extremely potent, to say the least, if that is indeed a Flamingo, and right now we're going off reporting about that. So if it is a Flamingo, it looks like those could be extremely deadly, and if Ukraine can ramp up production of those, that could be very devastating to the Russian war effort. So very interesting to see that footage as well. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to the Intel Frog, and we also have some very interesting news right now coming out of Venezuela and the area of the Caribbean. Because right here we can see the first ship from the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group is about to arrive in the Caribbean, and we can see right here, there it is. It is only about a little ways outside of the area of Venezuela, and has arrived in the area of responsibility for the area which is responsible for Venezuela. So that means the Gerald R. Ford is not too far behind, and we finally see that the Aircraft Carrier Strike Group has arrived near Venezuela, which means that if action is about to take place on Venezuela, it could be happening very, very soon. So we did see that today, but also moving into our next post here, we gotten some very disturbing news right now from Phytex Network about UK intelligence sharing between the United States and the UK. Because we can see here, the UK is no longer sharing intelligence with the US about suspected drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean because it does not want to be complicit in US military strikes, and it believes the attacks are illegal, at least according to what we're hearing right now. So it sounds like the UK is taking a step back from this, and they don't want any part of it. And I'm going to leave this one up to debate. I'm not going to say my own opinion on it. I'm just going to leave this as it is and report on it. And we do see here that apparently that is the case. So we're waiting to see if maybe that will change anytime soon, but it sounds like the UK wants no hand in this whatsoever. So jumping into our next post here, this one goes to Conflict Radar, and we have one more area of news to cover before we round out the video. And this piece of news comes out of Thailand and Cambodia, because as you know, the Pakistan-India situation is firing back up, but also at the exact same time, we're seeing Thailand and Cambodia firing back up at the same time. It looks like that ceasefire didn't hold up too well, and right now we're seeing Thailand is to halt the implementation of the ceasefire deal with Cambodia. And this was something here that was just celebrated. There was just, I guess you could say, a signing just last month with the U.S. president, I believe, involved in it, that they were praising peace between the two countries, and now it looks like there is no peace. It looks like they are halting the ceasefire as the tensions boil over yet again. So this is quite disturbing to see. It looks like we're having multiple different conflicts that were believed to be ended, firing right back up just very shortly after they were allegedly ended. So not good whatsoever, but I will say this, not trying to claim I'm right on everything or something, but this was expected. Like, we were not expecting this to hold up. I don't think anybody really was, and it was basically a quick grab of what you call a peace deal. It really wasn't going to be holding up for long term. So it's not totally unexpected, but there's the news on it today. But with that, folks, that is actually our last piece of news of the video. So before you go, if you found the video informative, smack the like button to let us know you enjoyed the video. And also, if you have not already, subscribe to the Enforcer channel to stay up to date about the news as it happens in real time. And of course, we put these short war videos out whenever there is big news in the middle of the day, and we cover the rest of the news on our nightly war news streams here on the channel as well at 10 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to join us for that. And also, folks, if you want to support the channel financially, you can do so on our Patreon page, and the link is in the description below for Patreon, where you can go over there and sign for a monthly membership, and it could be as little as $5 or $10 a month. Whatever amount you're comfortable with does help support the channel tremendously and keep us on the air, and we do sincerely appreciate all of our Patreon supporters. But with that, we will see you all at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Some interesting news. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, on YouTube. Oh yeah, this is awesome looking. Yeah, but it looks really cool. Coming out in my new season at the beginning of season 5.
Make way for the king of teams. Hazel Ling. Lucky draw. By the eye of Agamotto, King of Hearts.
The script is acclaimed.
Shuffle up. A deadly deal. Got a full deck. Allons-y. Gambit never falls. High caliber. Cajun style.
Wow. Awesome. A lot of stuff is coming with this season 5. What's up, baby? Yeah. Usually, I would wipe it up if it's not like super caked on. Use a degreaser. Yeah. Spray that in there, or like, I wouldn't dump it. I would spray it. Should be a spray bottle of it somewhere. I might have a spare spray bottle in the garage you could use. But you could put it on a rag and dump it, or don't control the dump, or put it in a small cup and then dump it in. Yeah, and wet the area. No, you don't want to dilute it. You want it to be, got to get the crud off. Yeah, you can get a scraper, metal scrapers, like, to also scrape it off if it's really caked on there. Okay, ice cream sandwich. Oh, there's only one left, I think. Hey, you. Hey, little girlie. You just sticking your tongue out. What you doing, babies? Illegal immigrant opens fire on DHS in Chicago. That's great. Let's find something else to watch. I'd let the oven cook the chemicals off, or like put water and dilute, then wash it with water and soap. And yeah, it is a big project to clean. If we weren't home, I would say you could just put the exhaust fan on and then put self clean on, but 4 hours. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wait, nothing in it? Not nothing, but nothing living. Oh. Are you allergic to me? You can take her. I'll get her a first class.
Over on Kick, we've got one person who supported all night, your future stepdad, and it was one sub. So from now on,
one sub. Future Kicks question mark, or sorry, Top Kicks question mark. So nobody gave him any bits at all.
I want to be very abundantly clear with all of you on
man.
Kick. Don't ever ask anything of me ever again.
Damn.
Don't ask for me to add you messages,
Damn.
new emotes, pop-ups, nothing.
What?
Because until people on Kick actually support the content, you get
You
nothing.
letting them know.
The
Oh,
YouTube
geez.
Let 'em
side,
know.
you guys have been incredibly supportive and nice people.
Tell them right
but
now.
the Kick side just sits here whining,
That's right.
bitching,
Yeah, but getting free content ain't nothing for free.
complaining about things,
So
wanting
true.
more, and doesn't support.
Yep,
So you get nothing. Okay?
that's right.
Unless we get 50 subs by the end
Unless
of
I get 50 subs right now, I hate you.
tonight, now it will be 49.
Yeah,
You're never getting
That's
text
right.
messages in your moral support ever again.
you're never getting text messages or moral support ever.
So you got an hour left. Get to it. Or shut the fuck up forever. We're not going to listen to your bitching anymore. A lot of whiny people, demanding people who don't reciprocate. Okay. All right.
Okay, anyway, yeah, going back. So what I think is so funny about this is that
Some rallying. All right. So we got to get some subs, some super chats, some kicks, some memberships, and some tips.
Mhm.
And we need all those to start coming in right now.
right now, do it right now. Hey, you, I want you to give me money. That's right, guys. And then, oh, here's another one. Let's see. Is there another one? Oh, wait a minute. Is this it?
When I started as a YouTuber 17 years ago, and I was just doing this as a hobby and having fun. Future, please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me some money back for what I'm doing. I mean, it's not cheap to do what I'm doing. I bought a lot of games, a lot of equipment, and now I have my own condo, which is basically my studio, to do whatever the hell I want.
A generational roach, man. This is from over 10 years ago.
So, you know, anything that you can give back is much
2009.
appreciated. I also do have the PayPal donation on the left-hand side of my Dark Side Phil channel. It explains how to go to PayPal and what email address to send a donation to, darksidephil@hotmail.com.
Send a donation to my Hotmail account.
That is.
I've gotten many donations, and as I
Yes.
said before, if you send me a donation of, $10, $15, $20 or
There
more,
it is.
I'll mention your name in a video because I do appreciate that.
If you
So,
get, if
thanks
I'll
a
read
lot.
your name.
Future.
Wow. So he's just going in on this.
Right now, we are at like $10 of support. Not even.
Mhm.
We're at $7 of support. For
That's
$7,
it? $7?
Geez, here you go. There's $7.
What?
An
Wait,
empty,
what?
devoid Seattle. That's what
What?
you get for $7 of support. I've been streaming for an hour.
So he's only made $7 in an hour.
Awful.
Funny.
Awful. Wow.
Funny and hilarious at the same time.
He really trying to get laid tonight.
And
Come on,
sad.
babe. Come on, babe. Come on, babe. Come on. Come on, babe.
Come on, guys.
Come on, babe. I'm almost there, babe.
All
Come
right,
on.
I'm just gonna enjoy the last match, and then I'm literally gonna say goodnight, and I'm gonna sign off. Because I think what happens is people think that they're messing around, and they wait till the absolute last.
Marijuana
minute.
is. You can tell this is gonna be good.
I can't stick around and do late
No way.
stuff. This is it. This is my last match of the night right now. That's it.
I'm already ready to hit this again.
Right now, we're not doing a marathon tomorrow.
Oh my
Jesus.
Another day and another day till we hit a goal. It's a frustrating.
It's a goal. Okay, so he's complaining about
but
money
it is what
again.
it is.
Yep, there it is. Let's see if I can find. DSP turns off the game and sits there begging. He's
15
just
minutes.
silent.
Save us GTA 6 if you want someone to step up. You know what? There's no one better in life to step up and take control of a situation than you yourself. I want you to walk into your bathroom and look in the mirror. Look at your own face and say, I will take
There's no way you're about to give people a motivational speech to give you money. There's no way you're fixing to do that.
control. And then you're going to walk back here and you're going to contribute.
Because you
Yes.
Oh, man. Of course. The salesman? Yeah. This has to be extortion.
Holding a stream hostage.
So this guy has been around since being around was around.
All right, guys. I guess
Yeah.
not. This is it.
This is it.
We have
so
like
he's
1 minute left. We
he's
have
gonna
to hit this
leave
goal now.
unless people-
I can't stick around.
He's gonna leave unless people give him
looks like we're
money
not gonna
right
hit it.
now.
Sucks.
I'm getting ready to leave. If I don't get $50
sucks.
right now,
What a
if
joke.
I don't leave right now, this is it. Yeah, I'm leaving. All right, let me see. Yeah, bye, guys. I don't have any money.
Just updated it. Just updated my stupid camera software. It's saying it needs to be updated. I just updated it this morning. Okay, I got 2 tips.
Okay,
One is for a
wait.
penny from a troll. I got a $3 tip.
Oh, wow.
It's just it says let's do this. That's all it says. Let's do this.
Jesus
Thank
Christ.
you for $3. All right,
Thanks.
so now with that,
Yeah?
we're at 125. We are literally $25 away. This is it. This is it. $25 to hit the goal and continue blueprints. Come on.
Come on,
All right.
guys.
I'm going to go
Come on.
for 30 more seconds. Let me get a timer. Here, we'll do a
Jesus.
timer. Ready?
It's an auction?
We'll do a timer.
He's going to get it. He's
How
going
do
to
you do
get
a
it
timer
right
on my
now.
phone? I don't know.
Why?
This is it,
What
guys.
is
Come
this?
on.
Is this a timer?
You don't know how to do a timer on your phone. Okay. People are into this shit. People watch this.
All right,
yeah.
can we do it? Start. Okay, here we go. It's counting down right now. 56 seconds. 55, 54,
Oh my
53,
God.
52,
He's counting
51,
down the
50, 49,
until
48,
no.
47,
No.
46,
Guys.
45, 44,
God, this doesn't, it
43,
doesn't have to be like
42,
this.
41,
You don't need to do
40,
this.
39. This is
Stop.
This is tiring. 37, 36, 35,
Tiring to
25,
count.
$25, 32, 31, 30 seconds left, 29, 28, 27,
He's not
26,
making any money.
25, 24, 3, 2, 21, 20, 19, 18. Yeah. Okay, $20 to go. $20 to go.
Somebody gave $5. Somebody gifted $5.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No. We didn't do it. We
Okay.
didn't do it.
It's over.
No.
Nobody gave you any money. Nobody
Everybody
gave
should
you
ask for
money.
refunds now.
Wow.
We didn't do it. Based Out for Real did gift us up. And that got us to 130.
That wasn't
But
enough.
that's it. We ran out of time.
Yep.
Wait, 2 tips just came in. 2 tips just came in. One for $2.
And he's laughing at it. He says, bro, you're only going to give me $2?
A $2 tip.
He's making fun
Only
of him.
Iced Infinite. $2.
Oh, God.
So now we're at 132, and then a $2 tip. Another one. What is the $2?
What's with this $2,
Open
guys?
your wallets, this person says, for $2. Open your
Oh,
wallet.
my God.
Guys, we're at 134. We didn't do it. Can you believe it?
So,
Yeah, I can believe
there's
it.
so many of these, aren't there?
With Naitomi or Naitomiya 215s, it's still not as good as LTG setup. I'll have to agree on that. I mean, you can't beat a cat tree sitting behind you with a plain wall and a white door behind you that it looks like you live in your grandma's house.
He's
And at
just
any moment she'll
talking
burst through the
shit.
door and tell you to take the trash out, right? Or, why didn't you wash the dishes this morning? Or maybe like, his ex bursting through the door asking him where the hell is his child support payment that he's behind on.
Yeah.
That-
You could easily
I
predict
can't beat
that.
that.
Babies.
There's nothing I could ever do.
Of course. Yeah, wow.
Imbecile. That's not begging, you imbecile.
I just... Some of this stuff is just really amazing. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Oh, God. This is what he wants people to
Yeah,
pay
I don't know
for.
why this guy got lost, Marcellus or whatever. He got lost.
This is what he wants people to pay for.
Understood what was happening. No, Marcellus, why are we down here, dude?
You shouldn't be here.
Are you kidding?
You're too low level.
Why did we do this? This is brain dead stupid. We don't have any flasks.
You're about to die. You don't need flasks.
Oh my God, why are we down here?
Just
Well, he's going this way.
I'd rather gamble. What is he doing?
I don't know where he is. Where did he go? Look, is he below me? I don't know where the fuck he went.
What are you doing?
So now I'm gonna get lost again because I don't know what I'm doing. And the wall is coming. Why the fuck did he do that? What an idiot.
What do you mean?
Nah, this was really dumb.
Oh my God.
Look, now the wall's coming and I can't do anything.
Yeah?
Why did they do this? Man, this is pissing me off.
Dude.
Why did he come down here? What an
That's
asshole.
on any boy. Hope he
Oh,
fell
it's
on
his
the lava.
fault. And then he just kills himself. And that was with 60,000 souls.
No. Basically just not very good. It was really bad. It was very disappointing. So.
Oh God. There you go. There you go.
Fuck!
Oh. Oh.
Shitty ass. I almost had it too.
I almost had it, yeah,
Almost
for
fucking
sure.
had it. What a shitty ass. Shit.
15
You
years
just-
later.
Block pick.
Years later.
What is
Maybe
he
not
doing?
15, but years later.
I forgot how to do it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I've totally forgotten how to lock
Golly.
pick. I can't remember. I've forgotten again. It's been 2 years.
Okay. Oh God. Some guy says, uh-oh. And that's average. What are you gonna do?
I can't remember how to do it.
Yeah.
Why is it so stupidly, ridiculously hard in this game?
Yep, that's about right, isn't it? And
Okay. No, thank you. Is Fetterman doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, today we have some absolutely massive breaking news
Oh, big
regarding
deal.
Democrat Senator John Fetterman, and I'll tell you what, it seems as if Senator Fetterman isn't going to be a Democrat for very much longer. Now, as many of you know, this recent government shutdown has sown complete and total chaos inside of the Democrat Party. Really, what's currently unfolding can only be described as an all-out Democrat civil war. You've got far-left politicians like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders, and Zohran Mamdani, who are currently trying to push the Democrat Party to become even more radically progressive, whereas politicians like John Fetterman are trying to moderate the party and, in some ways, even bring
Pretty
the party
level-headed.
back to its senses. And so really, it's because of this ongoing power struggle
you
within
doing,
the
baby?
Democrat Party that Senator John Fetterman
That's
is
it?
now putting
You like
his own
leaving that way?
party publicly on blast. Take a look.
I mean, I think my party crossed a line of now putting 42 million Americans with their SNAP benefits and making flying less safe and that kinds of chaos and not paying our military. I mean, that was a red line for me that I can't cross as a Democrat. And I think that's been described the country over the party. And now that I think that's been the truth throughout it, and it's only wrong to shut our government down, and I'm relieved. But the people now that are going to get paid and fed, and millions of Americans, they're going to be flying now. That's going to be made more safe and restored.
And so, folks, as Senator Fetterman just said, the Democrat Party just crossed a line, and you know what? He's absolutely right. Here's the unfortunate reality. Fetterman really is one of the only moderate Democrats left in the entire party. In a lot of ways, he's a relic from the past, from when the Democrats could somewhat reasonably claim that they represented the working man, the everyday blue-collar worker. However, with that being said, those days are very clearly long gone. Although, as I mentioned earlier, it currently seems as if Senator Fetterman is actually considering swapping over to the Republican Party. Take a look.
I actually sat down with Senator Fetterman, and I find that he probably has more in common with Donald Trump than he does with any of the Democrats in his party. He's very common sense. He's very straightforward. He wants to do the right thing, and they just can't do that anymore in the Democrat Party. And that's so unfortunate, because if I were the leader of that party, I would say this is the kind of individual I want to have. This is somebody who makes sense and who the American people feel like actually has their best interest in heart. And I can tell you, the people of Pennsylvania, I sure feel that way about John Fetterman, but this is what they're trying to get rid of.
So, folks, that was Laura Trump, President Trump's daughter-in-law, saying that she's been having private meetings with John Fetterman. And also, worth making note of here, she actually spoke very highly of him, saying that he actually has much more in common with President Trump than he does with any of the radical progressives that are currently operating.
They're only radical just because they want to like never Trump the whole time. They can't admit when Trump's right. They can't admit when he's done something good or anything like that.
And I'm not just talking about their politicians. I'm also talking about the Democrat voting electorate. In fact, right now, the radically progressive Democrat electorate is actually up in arms over Chuck Schumer's capitulation to President Trump, ultimately bringing this Democrat-manufactured government shutdown to an end. And if you don't believe me, take a look at this.
Are you pinching your weight?
How are Democrats feeling overall about Schumer? We've seen a lot of comments from some House Democrats, but what about overall?
What about Democrats nationwide feeling about Chuck Schumer? I think the word of the day is terrible, 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 terrible. To quote another Charles Barkley when it comes to Chuck Schumer, look at this. Least popular Dem Senate leader ever. I looked at all of the polls going all the way back since 1985. The one who has the lowest rating among Democrats is, in fact, Chuck Schumer. Look at this. He's underwater with Democrats. His own party, he's underwater. He's at -4 points. That makes him the least popular guy for a Dem Senate leader going all the way back since the mid-1980s at least.
Do you have a sense of why?
Why? It's because Democrats, want a fighter. They want a fighter. That's why. Take a look here. Democrats, Dems in Congress do too little to oppose Trump. During the first term, it was just 46% in 2017. That's the percentage of Democrats who said that the Dems in Congress are doing too little to oppose Donald Trump. Look at where we are now. 69%. That is an increase of, get this, 23 points. The super majority of Democrats believe that the Democrats in Congress are not doing enough to oppose Donald Trump. And that, of course, is a big, huge criticism of Chuck Schumer. And that is why he is underwater.
I knew you were going to do the dip.
And so, folks, as things currently stand, Chuck Schumer is so underwater that he's actually likely to dip out of politics altogether. In fact, right this very moment, Chuck Schumer actually has some pretty serious internal challengers from within his own party threatening to take his seat in the Senate. And so right now, I'll tell you what, Chuck Schumer is absolutely sweating bullets. But before we take a look at that, I do want to say real quick that if you folks enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, check this out.
There has been talks of a challenge to Schumer. What are you saying on that front? Who looks like they're in place to do it?
Okay, so you see this opening slide here, and you see, of course, that Chuck Schumer is underwater with Democrats nationally. But, of course, the ultimate way to get Chuck Schumer out of office is to beat him in New York State. So how do New York State Democrats feel about Chuck Schumer? And take a look here. The net favorable among New York Democrats. Chuck Schumer is above water with the Democrats in his home state, but just by 16 points. Look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez running way ahead. If she decides to challenge Chuck Schumer and come 2028, she's got a real leg up on the competition. I dare say at this point she would be the favorite to beat him, which would be something that would just blow my mind, even just a few years ago, given that Chuck Schumer, of course, is a New York born bred type of guy.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that right there is actually Chuck Schumer's primary issue, ironically enough. As we all saw just around a week ago, Ugandan communist Zoran Mamdani won the New York City mayoral election, and believe it or not, 60% of the people that voted for him in that election were actually non-native New Yorkers. They were actually foreign-born immigrants. And so, like I've said here on this channel time and time again, this really is the far left's long-term plan. They know that their entire political platform is absolutely intolerable to actual Americans, so their political plan is to just replace all of us actual Americans with tens of millions of immigrants from the third world. But really, I do have to say, perhaps Chuck Schumer's biggest failure in this entire situation was betting against President Trump. Take a look.
He thought he could break the Republicans, and the Republicans broke him. But he did think that we have good policy, they have bad policy. And there's something, I don't know if it's Trump derangement or they're just crazed. They're like crazed lunatics. But, you know, we have just great policy. We have good people. They have some good people, too. I know a lot of Democrats. They're not all crazy. They're not all. But you have some that are absolutely terrible. I look at this Crockett. This is a very low IQ person. And I look at somebody that comes from Somalia where they don't have anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. All they have is crime. And she comes in and tells us how to run our country. The Constitution says this, the Constitution. The whole thing is crazy. I feel badly because I've known Chuck Schumer. I knew him when he was a person who loved Israel, and now he's a Palestinian. He's become a Palestinian, and it's amazing. I've never seen a politician change so much. Also, he doesn't have, you know, he was a pretty talented guy. He's lost his talent.
And so, folks, what do you say we really break down this very sad and frankly pathetic series of events that have unfolded here? Chuck Schumer, seemingly totally oblivious to just how radically progressive his own party has really become, has been trying to fit in with all of these far-left radical progressives, but the truth is, they don't want him, really. They want to kick him to the curb. And so, back to the original point in today's video, this is exactly why Senator Fetterman is getting ready to bail out of the Democrat Party altogether and maybe end up even becoming a Republican. Because even Senator Fetterman, of all people, knows that the Democrat Party in 2025 really is the party of America last.
Truman Show. Even though it's on you. Yep, Starmer cut.
Welcome back to True City TV, your global news channel. We have some breaking news coming from, well, the United Kingdom, but also technically Washington, D.C., as the British government have now decided to suspend intelligence sharing with the U.S. government for the first time. Things are escalating between the two countries as Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of Britain, is basically shooting himself in the foot. We're going to explain what's going on here. The White House and Pentagon are not too happy with their so-called closest allies, Britain, but everything goes back to the situation in the Caribbean and, of course, the potential conflicts with Venezuela and, of course, the drug cartels who continue to target American citizens. Venezuela are now preparing their military against the US troops in the region. Things could heat up any moment. Over the last few days, we've had a lot of escalations, but we're going to give you guys the latest information on what's happening between these two, President Trump and
you okay?
The stupid Starmer of Britain. All right, before we start, don't forget we have our limited offer still going on. RIP BBC is the promo code. Use the promo code RIP BBC to get 50% off annual memberships of 2C TV Plus to join the winning team to get full access to the channel and download the 2C TV app. There is a situation ongoing right now also in the House of Commons. We do have our live feed from Parliament. Before we do that, 100% isolationist, you can't have them running a country.
Backed it away and turned it off. Maybe restart this.
You have to be pragmatic. Leaves that the attacks are illegal.
Good.
Essentially,
Where you from?
the British government are now relying on the United Nations lawyers
Got it.
and the so-called international law to say that, well, seems like the globalist entities are telling the Americans that if you attack your enemy, the drug cartels from South America, then those attacks are illegal. So the British government, alongside another country, by the way, Canada, have decided to cut off ties because they say, well, basically our liberal globalist friends are not going to be too happy with us if we share intelligence with the Americans. When America wants to basically keep the region safe and fight against the enemy. For years, the United Kingdom, which does control a number of territories in the Caribbean, where it bases intelligence assets, by the way, has helped the American government locate vessels suspected of carrying drugs so that the United States Coast Guard could obviously intervene. Now, under the new Labour government and the new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, things are changing. The whole point of MI6 and the British intelligence assets being in the Caribbean was to help their closest ally, the United States. That was the whole point. And of course, to protect the territories. And this has been happening with previous governments. It's been a normal relationship. Suddenly, because the globalists have gone to Keir Starmer saying, we don't want you to be associated with President Trump on this, suddenly the British state is saying, yeah, this is not a good idea. We are breaking the law, international law. It's very important, apparently. International law. Things get worse. So the US military are still continuing their drills. They are preparing to fully attack even Venezuela. Have a look at the US military forces that have now been deployed to the Caribbean in support of the Southcom mission. Of course, they're the command in the South. The USS Ford aircraft carrier, the strike group, have also now officially arrived in the Caribbean. So things are escalating very quickly. Everybody's prepared. The Venezuelan side and Maduro have obviously asked support from China, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Russia. So far, only Russia have sent out support. The others, well, China don't want to get involved directly, and the Iranian regime can't really afford it. So this is the current situation. Now, when we have a look at some of the recent footage of the US military, of course, targeting the enemy vessels, including this one, which is obviously unclassified footage, you can see that the threat is still there. The point of the strikes by the US in recent weeks was to deter the enemy, was to essentially stop the attacks on the American citizens. That hasn't really stopped because most of the drug traffickers and the cartels, the network, go back to Venezuela and Maduro. Even the cartels in Colombia, the connections go to the wider network in the region, goes back to their dictatorships that are using the money to fight against the United States and the West in general. So it is absolutely in the interest of the American government to fight against it because they are the enemy. Now, what are the Venezuelans doing? Well, Venezuela under Maduro have now also started deploying kind of slightly older Russian-made weapons. A lot of them are from the 80s and 90s, and are preparing two defense strategies against the potential US attack. Now, there is what they call a guerrilla resistance, which is smaller military units will be operating over 280 sites nationwide across Venezuela to conduct sabotage and hit-and-run attacks by the coast. But there is also going to be the actual National Army and, of course, the Navy to be around the Coast Guard, the coastline, to stop the Americans. But I'm not really sure if they genuinely believe they can fight against the Americans. It's probably best if Maduro just stands down at this point, because the rhetoric from the White House in recent days has been, it's time's up. It's over. Maduro needs to find his way out. He needs to stand down. Venezuelans also should be
Don't be
liberated.
no, like
Now, earlier today, on Tuesday, the 11th of November,
What are you doing?
Maduro's government
He's
also announced that what they call a major nationwide military deployment across the country with the support of some of the allies without listing the allies. Now, obviously, there is a major presence of Hezbollah backed by the Islamic Republic. So while the IRGC from Tehran themselves are not directly sending any support in terms of military support, unlike the Russians, they have obviously used their proxies, Hezbollah, to remain.
Getting really fussy. Yeah, really fussy. Going all over the place. No, not my finger. What? Oh. Not that one either. I know, you want the bottle or something. Okay. Be right back. Dang. Mm-hmm. And sometimes, well, with me, it just like never got better. Yep. He wants to just turn it back to a normal Hulk. All right. Let's see what's going on.
In Venezuela to support Maduro's
See what Starmer has to
socialist
say.
government. Now, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford, alongside the others, have now embarked. The carrier
It's all but there.
8, and they are escorting the rest of the troops. They are operating in the U.S. Southern Command. The current escorts also include the guided missile destroyers, as well as the DDG-96. And of course, also the usual suspects who will be the intelligence assets to help with the United States Southern Command. Let's not forget, only a few days ago, the Ford Carrier Strike Group was redirected from the Mediterranean Sea to go all the way to the Caribbean to show support. This is basically the US naval presence escalating the situation, rightly so, to defend the American interests and the American people against the enemy. A bunch of criminal members of the cartel whose money funds the socialist governments who are fighting America. Another footage of the attacks, the recent attacks on the vessels, which we can also show you. And I'm going to get your reaction in the live chat in a second.
Fireball.
As we are now waiting for some reaction from the UK government and Downing Street in regard to the decision to suspend intelligence sharing, which is very, very embarrassing for a lot of people in Britain who have been boasting about the special relationship between the UK and the US. Things will be obviously changing. I think what we are waiting for is there is going to be a statement shortly from the Pentagon as well. So we will wait. So we still have our live feed from the House of Commons in Westminster. There's a lot of conversations right now in Parliament on not just foreign policy, but also the current scandal in the UK, which is about
I think it's going to drop more tonight.
It seems like the British state in general, and I'm saying the state, and so not just the government themselves, the British state have decided to launch a war.
Going to drop down to 34. It'll be 49 tomorrow.
The White House on a number of fronts recently. We had the BBC, who are doubling down on their attack on President Trump.
It's 10 degrees higher than today's high.
The White House have now given them until Friday to retract it, otherwise they're going to take them to court. So you've got the BBC, and the MPs are panicking. They're obviously having a debate in Parliament. And now you also have the UK intelligence sharing being suspended, cutting off ties with the American allies.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not really sure what the plan is right now.
A dumb idea.
Britain, let's just say, just Britain in general, is doing this.
You're gonna push
now there's a
United
conversation
States
also about the future
do something
of BBC's
extreme.
bosses.
I don't know if I would
Because
like
it's not
what
really just
Trump
about the
has on plan for you guys.
The CEO of BBC News, as well as the Director General, who did resign a couple of days ago. But you also have all the others who are part of the same globalist
But of course,
club,
the UK wants to protect the
Nothing is going to change because
kind of makes sense.
the way things work in the UK is that it's a system-based tyranny, which means even if you sack someone, the people responsible for rehiring for that position, for example, the head of the BBC, the head of the NHS or whatever, is the same people. That's the difference between the UK and the US, for example. We don't really have the democratically elected representatives having enough power to be able to run the state. So you can change governments, you can change prime ministers or ministers, but the state remains the same. Now, I'm going to get some reaction from the live chats. Don't forget, as I said, we do have, speaking of the BBC, of course, BBC is dying. So we are mourning the death of the BBC. Rest in peace, BBC. And in order to celebrate that mourning with you guys, we are giving you guys a 50% discount to join 2C TV Plus as an annual member if you use the promo code RIPBBC. Yes. Rest in peace, BBC. Join us as a limited offer. And of course, once you join on the website, you just go directly on 2c.tv or find the direct link in the description under the video. Don't forget to also download the 2C TV app from the App Store. Now, let me just get some quick reaction from the live chat while we're here. Stu says, President Trump versus Resident Chump. Good start, Stu. Good start. That's not too bad. It could be better. Ivan says, this has to be Starmer's dumbest move yet. And I don't think, actually, I will challenge you, Ivan. It is a very stupid move, yeah. Picking the sides of the UN lawyers over their closest allies. But actually, in reality, what Starmer did when it came to the Chagos Islands, that was even a worse betrayal than this. Like, I know it's controversial, but actually what he did with the Chagos Islands and giving them, basically handing them to the CCP, that was even worse. But the reason I said that was because when you think about everything that Starmer's government have done, including that, Chagos, including basically reversing Brexit and having a secret relationship, it's not even that secret because they announced it, relationship with the European Union, despite the referendum. This decision to suspend ties, intelligence ties with the US, it makes sense. I'm not surprised. If you forget about everything that this government have done over the last year and a few months, then yes, this news will be shocking. Like, what? I mean, yeah, we do hate Starmer, but this is terrible. What's going on? Just think about everything else they've done over the last year. You were like,
containers,
yeah,
emptying out completely quick.
Not that shocking. It makes absolute sense. Kemal says, why is Trump treating Al-Jalani like a VIP? There are obvious reasons for that. Has he received security guarantees for Alawites, Christians, Druze, and the Kurds in Syria? Allegedly, yes. He's giving a blank check of trust to him the same way he does to Erdogan. No, Erdogan is different because it's nothing to do with Erdogan. It's because Turkey is a member of NATO. And since Erdogan got elected, technically, first time, you have to deal with that idiot. But it's Turkey in general that as a member of NATO. It just makes things difficult. But with Syria, the new Syria, backed, obviously led by the man who self-identifies as president of Syria, Al-Jalani, that is a whole different thing because the only alternative, well, you either try to keep him close and keep an eye on him, and the US, President Trump and the US government, they have conditions on this friendship with the Syrians. So we are monitoring what you do. If you cross the line,
anybody in the Middle East,
we will no longer be backing you. It's the same with, of course, Israel. The Israelis have also said the same thing. That's different because the other alternative would be what? To go and bring him down, do a coup against Al-Jalani to bring back Assad, for example. Well, that's not going to help because Assad is also against the West. So, you have to basically pick the battles. And as long as they keep an eye on Al-Jalani, then of course that makes sense. If it's a blank check trust, then it's not a good idea, which is not, obviously. Michael says, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Do you think, I wonder, because based on what Michael said, which ironically comes from Michael Corleone, do you think that's what Starmer is thinking? Do you think Starmer is actually thinking, well, I'm gonna keep what has been doing with President Trump because he doesn't see Trump as a friend. I mean, we know Starmer's history and how he thinks. So he's keeping Trump close as an enemy, but I don't think it's even that smart because the next time President Trump and Starmer have a conversation, that's not going to go too well. We know what President Trump is going to say. Speaker Shauna says, it seems like it's the beginning of the end of both the globalist world order and the isolationist reactionary. They're thinking, I don't see it like that, because
Actually happy. Pen is very.
The issue with the modern version of the world order, which is basically led by a bunch of globalist bureaucrats, unelected idiots with connections to corporations. If that is going down, and I'm very much against it, obviously, it will be the result of not people like us, people like me. It will be the result of the isolationist reactionaries. So I think if one goes down, the other one will be coming up, at least short term. So globalist world order goes down, the isolationist reactionaries will come up for a short period of time until sanity takes over. And those who believe in sovereignty and their national identity could actually take back control and have some sort of grown-up mentality about how this world actually operates, just the way President Trump sees the world. Because it's fascinating how President Trump gets attacked by two sides on two different levels. He gets accused of being basically Hitler, as in the post-1938-39 Hitler, where expansionist warmonger, right? He gets accused of being a warmonger. He also gets accused of being an isolationist reactionary. President Trump is not an isolationist and is not a neocon. His policy is the way he did with business. He does the same with foreign policy. On a geopolitical level, President Trump is doing a pragmatic approach. Now, does it mean it's always the right approach? Because you can criticize some of the policies, some of the moves, some of the gambles that the White House have made around the world.
Not always
but generally
right,
speaking, at times, the White House, the current White House, would go towards more, let's withdraw, and at times, let's get America involved, just like what you're seeing in the Caribbean. It's in the interest of the Americans to be out there. If you had a president or a world leader that was 100% a neocon and an expansionist globalist, or a 100% isolationist, you can't have them running a country like the US.
No.
You have to be pragmatic.
Right about that.
And practical. Anyway, Nomad says the UK academia is hijacked by people who support Hamas. At the local level, this country is ruled by Pakistanis. That's true. On a local level, definitely. Starmer and Bangladeshi, which is basically at this point, where the Pakistanis and Bangladeshis in Britain, not in their countries, but in Britain, are basically similar in terms of the mentality. Obviously, in South Asia, they would differ. Starmer is just a tool, perhaps. And RG from Israel says, why are people surprised? He watches his own back. The UN can actually turn on him. The US can only harm the rest of their country, but not him directly. I think, people like Starmer, people like Mark Carney in Canada, because this decision is not really just about Britain, it's also Canada withdrawing and cutting off ties with the American government on this issue.
Fine. We really don't need
both of those types of politicians.
They really
Carney,
think they
Starmer,
give us anything.
They are looking at the cards that they've been dealt with and who they whose side they're on, and each group, that includes the UN, that includes the European Union, and even the unelected bodies like the ICC, ICJ, all these international groups, they are saying, okay, so which side will be better off with long term? Which side could betray us more? Or could destroy my future, for example, because they are known as what we call liberal globalists, right? So they think that it's probably best to short-term alienate President Trump because the other friends will have their back. But the problem is that is not the case, because the people that we've mentioned, including those connected to the United Nations or the European Union, they have no loyalty. If they want to, they will throw Starmer and Mark Carney and Emmanuel Macron under the bus when needed. Lisa says, what's with the red flower on the lapel on Prime Ministers? That's the red poppy for the Remembrance weekend, which was 2 days ago. but they still wear it for a few more days. Of course, this about the veterans and of course the fallen heroes of primarily the First World War. That was the point of it, but of course it kind of represents the first two world wars. Although these days I think it also represents any veteran from the 20th century onwards. And of course, Keir Katama, that's a good one. Katama gets paid very handsomely, allegedly. It's fine, you live in Israel, you can say whatever you want. You're not going to get sued. I don't say, I just read your comments, so I'm fine as well.
Sure. Sure, you're fine.
If the UK cuts the US intelligence sharing under Five Eyes, is an idiot. So that's the thing. So the move is by both Canada and Britain, and what they've essentially done.
I mean, by Britain and Canada's following suit, because King of England is Canada's king.
Five Eyes intelligence sharing. That's basically what they've done. So Starmer has basically undermined the biggest intelligence alliance because he's scared that he's going to get blamed for President Trump killing off the cartels. The fact that he's indirectly taking the sides of Maduro in Venezuela and the cartels in South America is embarrassing.
It's sickening.
By not helping, basically, Starmer says, I will not share intelligence when Britain knows that, for example, this group of communists or drug traffickers are going to do something bad. We're not going to tell our closest friend. That's basically what's going on. That is the reality of the situation. They are defending, indirectly, they are defending the enemies. It's unbelievably stupid. Just because he wants to be cautious.
Yes, we'll just be fine without them.
No pun intended. Of the United Nations and the UN legal experts. That's the main reason. The so-called UN legal experts have warned the British state this is a bad idea because President Trump attacking the enemy might not be legal when it comes to international law, which, by the way, international law...
Guess what? We're not a part of the ICC.
It's nonsense. It's not a thing. It doesn't exist. It's not... There's no actual obligation for anybody, any country or government, to actually follow it. It's not a... It's
There's
not
one.
Any constitution.
U.S. is not
own sovereign domestic laws are what is important for your country. That is the reality. You don't like it, you cut off the treaties, international treaties. This is absolutely fascinating. You got someone who doesn't know anything about the real world defending, again, indirectly defending the enemy. Stephen Ford says, watch this, it's embarrassing that Tusi doesn't know that Venezuela has nothing to do with the US drug problem.
It's embarrassing that Stephen Ford doesn't know that they do have a...
Genuinely, Stephen really believes this.
to do with the US drug
Now, you guys can also interact with him in the live chat. Just let him know what you think, or let him know the facts about the drug cartels and Maduro's government and the funding of his communist regime. And the fact that we've had testimony after testimony about the connections with the South American socialist regimes, dictators, and the drug cartels is absolutely fascinating. How stupid do you have to be? Anonymous says exactly, to see the country that paved the way for the entire world does not international. Does not what international? There's a word missing here. Ivan says Starmer is now a drug trafficker. That could be the new allegations against him now, essentially. Aaron says that Trump will slap high tariffs on those pulling info. The thing is, the US military are not going to be too happy, because if something happens again with the vessels in South America, and we find out that it could have been prevented if the UK could have told America, then obviously certain people will be in trouble. That includes the British Prime Minister and the Canadian Prime Minister. Kevin says,
Prime Minister Starmer and the Europeans are provoking President Trump into pulling out of NATO and then pulling the US troops from Britain and Europe. F around and find out that, well, yeah, that will be terrible for Europeans because, well, firstly, US withdraws from NATO. That's the end of NATO because NATO is the US and the US is NATO. Without America, NATO doesn't exist. It's not a thing. You know, what is it? Well, if America leaves NATO, NATO is going to be called the Coalition of the Willing. Yeah, how's that going to go? The Coalition of the Willing. That's so fascinating. Anyway, what's important is, who is she? I want to know what she's saying. I'm very fascinated by this.
He continues to make every effort to maintain balance in a world of increasingly polarised and divisive media.
Divisive media.
She makes
she's Labour.
The important point.
Holy cow!
They're debating
Now
about the
I'm
BBC
take
crisis
up
as
3
well.
seats.
Seriousness of the failings
Oh my
which
God.
the BBC has admitted, accepted, apologised for,
They're funny.
and now must show tangible action in order to address.
Speaking of the BBC is dying and we are celebrating that. So don't forget again to use the promo code RIPBBC to get 50% off 2C TV Plus annual memberships by going on 2C.tv. Do it now. It's the best way you can support our independent media team, as well as, of course, getting something out of it, because you will get full access to all our documentaries, original series, interviews, podcasts. What else do we have? Oh yeah, the chat forum, of course, as well. If you want to talk to me directly and like-minded people. Where is the next one? Okay, we got Kamal saying, will Trump cut off NATO funding and stop subsidizing European defense with troops in the Balkans in response to this? Time to take on the useful idiots. No, I think, well, that would be a weird, response. Using the NATO relationship to punish. It won't be necessary. The US could, basically, the US has a bigger card to play, which is stop intelligence sharing with the UK. Let's not forget that the UK gets more from the US when it comes to intel. And also the US could just increase tariffs on the UK. That's the best thing that the US government could play against this. But
Well, number one, China's encroaching there.
What is this? Oh my God. Matthew says, Tusi, the situation is so much more complex than you make it look. Did I make it look simplified? It's not a simplified situation. Please consider the mistakes Trump has committed. Which mistake? You have to list them first. I hate Starmer, but he didn't start the breakup of the alliance. It was Trump. Are you kidding me with this? Are we just surrounded on tonight's live stream by a bunch of idiots? Which alliance did President Trump break up? You need to give me actual context. And what mistakes are you talking about? Which alliance? Everything that we've seen so far, and there have been certain policies that I've criticized the White House on and President Trump, some, and there have been other things. Everything else that you're talking about in terms of international alliances has been America increasing and strengthening alliances. Whether it's with Zelensky, actually forcing the Europeans to come together, whether it was on Gaza and Israel, forcing everybody to get to Egypt. Now, you could judge the overall long-term consequences afterwards, but the people you are defending, including the Europeans, they all backed President Trump. So if you're saying President Trump made the wrong moves, the people you are defending, the Europeans, they all defended him. They all supported him. So that means they're all
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's me. You can follow me on X, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, YouTube, all over the place. Dreamcast is my favorite console of all time. Still playing the Dreamcast. Chinese security police harassed Tom Piker while he was live streaming Tiananmen Square. Live stream went down for 10 minutes after Chinese security officials saw Hassan hold up Chairman Mao on his phone. They immediately pulled his entire crew aside and forced them to go through their phones. You can hear Hassan's friend translate, "They want to see your phones." Hassan is literally pro-CCP. He's defended the Chinese Communist Party and his live streams dozens of times. Hilarious.
You can't mem about Mao. No memes about Mao. Or Hassan, as we can say, allowing 600,000 Chinese students into the U.S. universities is actually part of President Trump's genuine genius psyop plan to slowly make the CCP a retarded. Bravo. Yeah, I don't. I'm looking forward to when Gambit comes out in 2 days. This will be fun to play him. The fact that Ghislaine Maxwell is getting preferential treatment in prison and MAGA is silent about it further proves many of them are hypocritical, unprincipled cult members. Should outrage anybody? Why should I care? She's serving time behind bars for the crime she's done. She's in prison. I don't care. Let's see.
Help me!
Stop trying to buy stuff.
Sorry, Dad. Sorry,
Are you trying to paint more? Harry's getting preferential treatment. He actually is an idiot. I can't stand that kid. He makes me go nuts. So he has had it with JD Vance's Halloween costume. I've had it podcast. JD Vance is such an effing loser. Such a loser, I think. Describe him as a failed drag queen. I hate JD Vance, and so I certainly had it with his dumb costume. What a kid. What a child. What are you doing? Here's your phone, Mom. I don't know why he exited whatever he was doing, but he's trying to open up another. Half transformation or full transformation. Oh, cool. Interesting. A woman, very fun, by the way, said all American soldiers deserve PTSD. He didn't ban her. He called her a fat piece of crap and defended our troops. And he banned me. You don't care about soldiers or the sacrifices for this country. Shut up. Agreed. Yeah. Which is an absolute joke. Company is too woke. Communist. You can ban me Twitch for saying that too. Well, teasing the devil today. Sam Schmoon said he wants to. Don't call him out for some of the Christians here will condemn you for causing division. Yeah. No, Sam is done. Sam Schmoon needs to not be platformed anymore. Proven dog abuser, now alleged child predator. Man, this has not Hassan's ear. Destiny claims switched from Arizona. Trip to Berlin. You mean to say that guy that supports pedophile terrorists might be a yeah. McCormick. Yep. I'll go those fools. So they raging at. Look at the side of love. What a joke. I always heard joke. Twitch has always been, or not Twitch, but the left has always been unloving, non-protective, very discriminative. Here's what lies you have to say, because no one believes you. You are a joke to the world. And might as well resign. It would be better for your image. On the pizza. That doesn't matter. Your issues you have to yeah, I guess your phone's dead, or you need your phone. He's asking me to watch something on my phone. Oh, you can watch on mine.
Plug mine in and use it.
Yeah. Go. There's your there's your Jeffries. He makes me mad every time I see his post. He's so stupid. Happy Veterans Day. Veteran in space. I appreciate my friend.
Désolé. Lucky draw.
Lucky draw. Kamala Harris says she was playing a three-dimensional chess against Trump in the 20.
I was aware of my opponent's strategy, and I wasn't about to fall prey
And you
or
lost.
fall into those traps. And part of his strategy and those around him was to try and
Let you
take
speak.
me off our game and message. And
Which was?
I wasn't about to be distracted by those flames that he was trying to throw to get me away from my highest priority, which is talking to people about the economy and their well-being in terms of their financial well-being.
I don't remember that.
And so I understood the game that was being played, and I made a decision that I wasn't going to get played.
And you did. And you lost.
That's not checkers. Got it.
Chess, not checkers.
Yeah, three-dimensional chess. I'm telling you. You know, I was aware of my opponent's strategy, and I wasn't about to fall prey.
She is a joke. Stream top right. What about you? We're not at least being on this list. Category. Oh, this was the Grammys. Yep.
Any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
So disgusting. And she's laughing about it.
And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Base? Like, am I supposed to be like, I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base? Any other motherfucker, you're joining them.
Jeez. All right.
You know me, I keep my promises. So we recently reacted to one of the videos by Simon Whistler where he was discussing and talking about myths about medieval weapons and armor, and the video was terrible, this one here, full of misinformation, and it was a mess. But maybe this other video is gonna be good. I don't know, but we can check it out because I promised you that I would have reviewed it, so let's have a look. And without further ado, 5 shocking things about knights. Let's see if this is... maybe this one is good.
Ask the average person what a knight was, and chances are you'll get a response with all the cliches. Armor, chivalry, serving a lord, and perhaps some mention of tournaments. But what if we told you that knights were also brutal soldiers trained from childhood to kill, and some spent as much time violently feuding with one another as they did actually serving a kingdom? Well, all of the above is true, at least to some extent. As always, the reality of history is far more complicated than has been taught by popular media, and what a knight was and how that knight behaved varied greatly depending on the era of the medieval period that we're talking about. So...
and post-medieval, in fact. If you look at the French gendarmes, which are already kind of early modern, but they are basically knights in full plate armor. They look awesome, by the way. I have a dedicated video.
So, what was a real knight? Were they all really bound by codes of chivalry? Were they truly committed to fighting for truth and justice in an age of violence and barbarism? Let's take a look.
Let's go. Chapter 1.
Once the class of knight had been well established around the end of the 9th century, beginning of the 10th, it became customary for the son of a knight to train, be anointed a knight himself, and eventually enter into a term of service with a lord, otherwise known as becoming that lord's vassal.
Yeah, so page, squire, knight.
A newly anointed knight, particularly a skillful one, also had a chance of being given a fief by a lord looking to secure service, a fief being a plot of land a knight was allowed to work and earn money from. But what tends to get overlooked is that a knight's value originally came from being an elite military unit. Knights were simply heavy cavalrymen, with the term knight itself being nothing more than a military denotion. This would change as the medieval period progressed, but we'll get into that later. For now, keep in mind that it was the most professional, fiercest knights that were sought out by lords, meaning that relentless training was a necessity. The son of a knight was expected to train from the age of 7 through to the age of 21, and you can bet that elite medieval military standards were ruthless. At age 7, the boy was sent off to the lord of the land's household, given the title of page, and immediately thrust into a heavy fitness regime. It wasn't all physical though, with the page also expected to excel in basic academic studies, including the code of chivalry. Between academics and fitness, a page...
Well, chivalry is... I'm sure he'll go into it, so I'm not going to go too much, but chivalry is often misunderstood, and it is something that it does vary region to region, nation to nation, and it's in fact not as codified as you would imagine. But I do have a video dedicated to knighthood and chivalry. I'm sure he'll cover it though.
Was also sent off to participate in extended hunting outings with falconers and huntsmen. After the introductory period, a page was then assigned to an established knight as a servant, taking over duties such as cleaning armor, caring for horses, and handling baggage. It was
and holding the helmet, that's another thing, and then give it to the knight.
It wasn't uncommon for a page to even be taken on knightly expeditions, meaning that the boy, not yet having hit puberty, was likely to come face to face with violence and even death.
Yes, very common in classical antiquity as well, depending on which country, Sparta being an example of that.
Older pages would start receiving training with weapons, get general tutelage on combat and warfare, and eventually graduate from page to squire at the age of 14. A new squire was, first and foremost, given his own sword and armor in a religious ceremony, after which the real training could start, namely the notoriously difficult 7 points of agilities. The 7 agilities were a physical training regime designed to truly chisel a boy into a versatile athlete, involving the mastering of activities like fencing, wrestling, long jumping, bow shooting, climbing, swimming, riding, and even dancing.
Isn't it? So far, so good, I'll have to say. The previous video was pretty bad. This video, much better. So, as we always say when it comes to Simon Whistler, I'm literally praising his scriptwriter or attacking his scriptwriter. At the end of the day, he just reads the script. Subscribe.
This doesn't sound overwhelming enough. Keep in mind that all of the above had to be done while wearing full armor. At some point during all of this, a squire would also have to be desensitized to violence in accordance with his future job. As such, squires, still just teenagers, were sometimes required to systematically slaughter livestock with a sword, most commonly pigs. The gruesome task familiarized the boy with the sounds of screaming, the sight of gore, and the smell of fresh-spilled blood. When a Scar turned 21, he was eligible to be knighted and could, depending on his performance, enter into the service of a lord. The goal always was to be awarded a fief, but only a few of the squires ever caught the attention of particularly wealthy lords. Knighting usually happened on Easter or Christmas, and in an elaborate ceremony, the squire swore an oath to a lord who would in turn touch a sword to each of the squire's shoulders.
Okay, well, so I kind of hate these 3D clips or B-rolls that are once again downloaded from either Storyblocks on one of those. So I'm not a huge fan of those. I'm not a huge fan of these, but in general, I have to say, re-employ this scriptwriter again, because while a little superficial, the information is good.
Now, all this talk of brutal training regimes and children being chiseled into fighters may be a bit surprising. Wasn't there an age of chivalry? Weren't knights brave, courteous men that defended the weak, stood for justice, and treated ladies with respect?
Ideally.
As it turns out, how knights behaved and whether a true age of chivalry ever really existed is a highly speculative topic. Our modern perception of knights comes predominantly from Renaissance-era books like
Literature.
Le Mort d'Arthur, The Death of Arthur, which worship the dignified King Arthur and his valorous knights of the Round Table. But the content of such...
It's possible that Arthur was based on a historic person. Some say maybe a king of Wales, others purport other areas. But in general, it's possible that King Arthur was real. But a lot of course, since we're talking about the High Middle Ages, there has been a lot of data to support that, so it is misty, if you will. But it's an interesting topic and one that I would love to go into a deep dive. If you're interested in that, I could produce that video.
Books was drawn from chivalric romances rather than historical records, so it's perhaps best to say that The Death of Arthur was as accurate in depicting knights as dime store westerns were in depicting cowboys.
Maybe.
This isn't to say there wasn't a code of chivalry, because there certainly was. In that regard, however, it's important to understand the intention of the code and appreciate that it changed dramatically throughout the medieval period.
He's correct, and the intention, generally speaking, is still to serve your lord and your masters and your betters. To excel in combat and to be controlled by the aristocracy. Also, even in its least codified versions, there still was a very strong connection between a knight and the expectations of a Christianity. So those absolutely are there and would be expected of a knight. Now, whether or not every knight followed those in the action, yeah, of course, it's going to become a case by case.
Going way back, the words chivalry and cavalry have a very close relationship. Chivalry comes from the Old French term chevalier, which roughly translates to horse soldier. The earliest true knights, anointed under the Frankish king Charlemagne between 768 and 774, were nothing more than elite cavalrymen. Charlemagne rewarded his fiercest cavalrymen with land as a means to secure their loyalty, and in doing so, a new warrior class was created, destined to become wealthy and influential in their own right. And the key here is that the elite cavalrymen were given a code of conduct to aspire to, which in the early days simply involved following orders and performing professionally.
Absolutely, yeah. 100%.
But as the reverence and prestige heaped upon cavalrymen grew, so the code of cavalry also evolved, soon including additions like how to behave towards lower-ranking soldiers. Time passed, and the warrior class of knights grew ever wealthier and more influential, so it wasn't long before the sons of knights, the pages, and the squires we were just talking about were taught how to act in the presence of a lord and other nobles, as well as how to treat noble ladies and lower social classes.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, even though initially it started as... So it's interesting because in the medieval period, when you look at Norman knights, it is basically a efficient and wealthy soldier. As we go further into the Middle Ages, it becomes the lowest rung of nobility. But then again, the very origin of the medieval knight is rooted in the upper class. When you look at the Roman equites, which was an aristocratic landowner class that was distinguished by regular people. So it kind of has a bit of a... The beginning has to do with aristocracy, then depending on the context, it becomes now is more like a professional, semi-professional soldier, or in general a wealthy soldier that can afford and maintain a horse, but then it sort of comes back to its initial origins when it comes to the Roman aspect, and then it becomes even more so going upwards into the lower rung of aristocracy, as I was saying. Fascinating.
Historian Leon Gautier, in his 1884 book Le Chevalerie, summed up the chivalric code with key points, including, "Thou shalt defend the church and believe all that it teaches. Thou shalt respect the weak and defend them. Thou shalt not recoil before thine enemy. Thou shalt never lie and always be true to thine word. Thou shalt be generous. Thou shalt be the champion of the right and the good."
So as I was saying, strongly connected to Christianity. So as long as there is Christianity involved, and of course there is, because all of these knights are Christian, then you can immediately expect that they would have, even if it's not written down or codified, as it will be later more, the expectation was still there to be a good Christian. And once again, will some be good Christians? No, they will shoot you in the eye with a crossbow if or cut your throat. But then again, I mean, that's kind of beyond the point. We're discussing whether or not an expectation societally was there. And I would say it was, even when, up to a certain extent, even when it wasn't written down or codified, simply because of the strong connection between the chivalric orders and the Christian church.
Now, to be clear, no such list ever existed in the medieval period. Gautier took information from multiple medieval and Renaissance texts and boiled them down into what he felt were the key chivalric aspirations. More to the point, and much more controversially, it's also very debatable as to whether knights paid any attention to these teachings at all, or
I think, it's a case by case. There is no reason to believe that some wouldn't, but there is also no reason to believe that all did. I think that is the most logical conclusion that anyone can have.
At least as to whether they observed the code of chivalry, when not in the presence of nobles that could hold them accountable for their behavior. The idea that there was ever an age of chivalry at all, generally said to be the 11th and 12th centuries, has also been called into question, notably by late 1700s Swiss historian and economist Jean-Charles Léonard de Sismondi. Sismondi argued that the age of chivalry exists only due to the romanticized writings of the Renaissance era, saying, "The more closely we look into history, the more clearly shall we perceive that the system of chivalry is an invention almost entirely poetical. It is impossible to distinguish the countries in which it is said to have prevailed. It is always represented as distant from us both in time and place, and whilst the contemporary historians give us a clear, detailed, and complete account of the vices of the court and the great, of the ferocity or corruption of the nobles, and of the civility of the people, we are astonished to find the poets, after a long lapse of time, adorning the very same ages with the most splendid fictions of grace, virtue, and loyalty."
Still, it doesn't mean that, again, it's case by case. I'm just going to continue hammering down on that point. It is absolutely case by case. I want to see if he's going to address, so far, pretty good video. I want to see if he addresses the role that men-at-arms play in the fighting in the manner of the knight, because that is something that is, whenever you speak about knights, you should underline, because it is one of the most misunderstood points when it comes to identifying and decoding medieval iconography involving the mounted nobility class. But if he doesn't, I'm not saying that he has to, but if he doesn't, I will.
You're probably familiar with the legendary tourneys, or tournaments, that were regularly held throughout much of the medieval period. Tourneys were, as is often depicted in the movies, highly popular, potentially very lucrative spectator sports that pitted knight against knight. The events included free-for-all battles where the last knight standing won, or most famously, the jousting duels that saw men flung from their horses. Losing knights were
saw men flung from their horses. I'm going to be a little pedantic on this one, since so far I've been singing his praises for once. I mean, usually I'm very critical, but as you see, I'm fair. So if the video is good, I'll say it. The idea of knights being flung off their horses, so they hit each other and one or two falls, it's a misunderstanding of how jousting rules in the medieval period worked, in the sense that in reality, it did happen sometimes, but it was not what you were trying to do to score points. In fact, it would be on the rarer end, that because usually knights were very secure on their horses, as they should be. Your objective as a jouster is to break your lance on your opponent. That's how you score points. That's it. You don't need to dismount them. You don't need to hit them so hard that they fall off the horse. It can happen, absolutely. But when you look at the actual jousting reports, even the accidents, and I have a dedicated video on this, then you notice that in fact, a lot of it is occasionally mentioned that a knight will fall, but it's usually due to the injury rather than he was catapulted out of the horse. And a lot of the times, instead, what happens is that you got a splinter, or maybe there is a failure in the armor. Sometimes it happens more often than not with bever salad combinations rather than a frog mouth, for instance, because of course that's more robust. But that was just something I wanted to underline, because I think we have been given, due to the representation of jousting, not only in the movies but also in fantasy like Game of Thrones, that are sort of medieval inspired, and then we see this, like, oh, the two knights hit each other and one flies off the horse. Yeah, but that's not the goal of the joust. The goal is to break your lance, and that gives you points. That's it.
Required to give up their horse to the winner. Thence, adding insult to injury, they also had to pay a ransom to the winner for sparing their life. As you can imagine...
Yes, not during the joust, though. That's during the earlier types of tournaments, which were basically a free-for-all, like you said. The earlier types, yeah, you can win, get the guy, pay ransom, and all. They looked more like battles, really. In the joust, that's not the case. Now, there are specific civic, in fact, legal types of jousts when it's a duel. Then the situation can get really bad. Like, they can be first blood, but sometimes they can actually kill each other. Those are kind of on the rarer end, but they are found in the sources.
Violent feuds were a common highlight of these events, and getting killed by a rival, either over the course of the tourney or as an act of revenge, was fairly common.
No, it wasn't fairly common, but it did happen. But it was not fairly common. Just actually look at the reports at that point. I think in this case, your script writer found the information that it did happen. There are a couple of situations where we have the names of someone who did that, which, by the way, was frowned upon. So it was a little risky to do it for personal revenge. But regardless, then at that point, we'll have to see who's your friend, right, in the upper echelon of society, and whether or not you can get away with it. Some didn't. Some actually got punished for it. But regardless, it's not common. I think what the script writer in this case, he saw that that's something that happened and just added it was fairly common. It was not common. To say that it's fairly common, you need to review the data.
Petty violence that characterized later tourneys wasn't, of course, the original intent. The sport had originally been introduced in the mid-1100s as a way for knights to demonstrate their skills to prospective lords and to keep fighting wits sharp for the ongoing crusades.
To train. The very original reason is to keep them busy and to train. Keep them busy because you have a military class that is bored is always a problem, but also to make sure that they are fully trained in the case of a war.
But the social role of knights was already changing, and as the knight and nobility classes became increasingly intertwined, trivial infighting became ever more frequent. Most distressing is that feuds sometimes spilled over from the tourneys in the outside world, resulting in duels and sometimes entire regions being provoked into riots. In extreme cases, a feud could even escalate into a full-scale conflict, erupting in knights and nobles raiding one another's fiefs and burning one another's property. Not surprisingly, the church quickly took a firm stance against tourneys, calling the events inventions of the devil that served only to lure young men into fighting one another as opposed to the common foreign enemy of the Muslims. The clergy went so far as to forbid those who were killed at tourneys from being buried on holy ground, which was a pretty extreme punishment at that time.
Yeah, true. And it's not the first time, of course, that the church gets involved. In the previous video, he got the papal bull wrong, and I corrected him. But in this case, he's correct. So the church tried, we should say, to ban them. But just like the church failed when they banned crossbows and nobody cared. Well, there are a couple of countries that did it, but the majority didn't care. Then still fielded crossbowmen and archers, because do remember,
I mean, they would be in a disadvantage.
Crossbowmen and archers are hateful to God and shouldn't be used against Catholics and Christians. And the reason why there is a distinction, by the way, is because there were other non-Catholics, like the Cathars, for instance, although those get annihilated during a crusade, whatever. There were other types of Christians. They weren't only Catholics, so they specify. Even then, nobody cared. And so when it comes to this, nobody cared.
King Henry II, ruling between 1154 and 1189, was finally pressured into banning the events. Though his decision didn't last long.
It's good that he showed one of those who did.
With his son Richard the Lionheart soon lifting the ban in 1194. From that point on, tourneys were strictly regulated, though it remains popular through the Crusades until being halted for good in the 1620s.
They shouldn't have. I love tourneys. I'm glad that you were bringing them back with modern full jousters. I freaking love it.
Speaking of the Crusades, it's often suggested the Pope Urban II launched the campaigns partially as a way to distract nobles and knights from fighting one another. Infighting had been rampant even before the tourneys, and the church intended that knights and nobles put aside petty feuds and join forces against the Muslims.
Yeah, sure. So he's correct with the idea of the church considering stop in fight between Christians. We've got the Muslim menace to take care of. That's absolutely correct and supported by the sources. I do not believe, however, I have heard people say that, but I don't believe that the reason why the Pope Urban II called the crusade was, because I got to distract the knights or they're going to kill each other. No, there are too many other economic, social, and political reasons, as not to mention, to call the crusade, and I really don't think this would have been like a bonus. That's my interpretation, but this is debated. So I'm not correcting in this case, I'm just sharing my opinion. I personally stand with people who say this could have been seen as a little bonus to it, but it definitely wasn't the main reason, or the only reason, even worse. Not that he said that, but it wouldn't be the main reason as to why the crusades happened.
Urban II said, hence it is that you murder one another, that you wage war, and that frequently you perish by mutual wounds. Let therefore hatred depart from among you, let your quarrels end, let wars cease, and let all dissensions and controversies slumber. Enter upon the road to the holy sepulchre, wrest that land from the wicked race, and subject it to yourselves. As the lengthy age of crusades arrived, taking place between 1099 and 1291, the clergy took the opportunity to try and bring order to the class of knights, attempt to reform it into something closely tied to religion, and this gave...
Wait, I liked that picture, so I didn't want to interrupt him, but his editor actually put up some very good iconography. I appreciate that. Look at these curved, slight design. Sometimes they also have a different top, where I kind of spent more time than I care to admit. There we go. See? The one that goes up like this. This one here, it's kind of uncommon in iconography, but I found at least 5 more. It took me, again, I don't want to say how long. But this is a design, instead of the top being flat, being like this, that I love whenever it's found in iconography. So I hadn't found this one when I did my research. So thank you for that. I'm going to screenshot this, because this is my favorite shield design, okay? Not only the heater shield, but the one that has specifically this little point at the top. And it's a little rare, if you will, so I appreciate whenever I find it. Also, this is one of the early types of firearms. If you look at this, these kind of single shot hand cannons, if you will, and also a lot of brigandines. Love to see it.
And this gave the now popular cliche of a holy knight, a knight that saw himself as acting in accordance with the word of God.
It's not a cliche, though. I think a lot of knights believe that, truly. Now, whether or not that would connect with your idea modernly of what a good Christian is, that's an item of debate in of itself. But I don't think it's a cliche. I think a lot of these knights were Christian. They're actually Christian. They believed that they were called by God, particularly when, the freaking Pope tells you that. I think a lot of people will believe it. I do not believe it's a cliche. I think they were very Christian. Absolutely, they were.
Chivalric orders were born all directly under the church, and the code of chivalry became strongly associated with Christian ideals.
Of course.
Some of the first chivalric orders included the Knights Hospitalists, the Teutonic Knights, and the now iconic Knights.
Post the midstream poof. Update.
With all the
Knight only worked 40 days a year. Okay, so I have to say, pretty good video so far. Chapter 5, let me see. Knights coexisted with guns and possibly invented the term bulletproof. All right, so I'm going to skip chapter 4 and I want to see chapter 5 because I'm more interested in this one. He could get this one horribly wrong, or this could be really good. So let's have a look.
There is a perception that the medieval era
Let's see what we get.
There is a perception that the medieval era came to a screeching halt the moment that firearms first appeared in 14th century Europe, with gunpowder ushering in the sweeping changes of the Renaissance. To an extent, this is true. Gunpowder did indeed closely parallel armored knights vanishing from battlefields.
No, they didn't. They didn't. I'm sorry that the writer wrote that. No, but I'll let him continue. It's just that it didn't. It's not true. Armor didn't disappear because firearms were invented.
But it was a much
firearms got better
most assume, with the complicated
over time.
transition allowing armored knights and firearms to exist in the same era at the same time. There is, in fact, even popular speculation that knights gave birth to the term bulletproof. The remaining military knights were being peppered by bullets for the first time, and after enjoying centuries of semi-protection from
Could you
arrows
imagine
and
that
crossbow
sound
bolts,
getting
they
hit
now had to
by
deal with the reality that bullets were
a
far
lead
more dangerous
ball
than
and
either. So, naturally, knights began to
just
seek out
ringing
other
off your
blacksmiths
helmet?
who could make armor strong enough to withstand musket balls, and contrary to popular belief, medieval armor could indeed resist early firearms.
Good. Okay, good stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that he specified, because he was saying bullets, but technically they are arquebus balls, but he did say that, so fantastic. I'm glad I waited. And also he's right. Yeah, a top quality armor was absolutely able or capable to stop arquebus fire.
At least some of the time. It's said that as proof to their clients that their
Yep.
armor could stop a bullet, a blacksmith would fire a shot into the armor, thus providing proof. This ritual supposedly became so common that armor on display today, showing distinctive dimples, is pointed at as a leftover from a blacksmith.
Looking forward to Marvel Rivals over the next.
The chest plate.
Not
Either that
tomorrow.
or it happened during
Not the day after tomorrow.
This was commonly done in Japan as well.
Tuesday?
Particularly, of course, during the Sengoku era, after the
Friday.
after the production
Friday,
of
the new
matchlock
updates
type
come out
arquebuses.
for Marvel Rivals.
Some historians dispute the bulletproof story, but either way, the real point is that armored knights and firearms coexisted.
See that image? This is a double weight arquebus, the one that needs to be. I actually talked about it on my previous video. I'm glad I found an image of it. This is exactly what I was referring to when I told you that there was a double weight arquebus that needed to be placed on and held onto a stand, and this is called a musket. And I know it's not what you usually imagine when you use the word musket, but this is
Like
the
a
first
cannon.
type of musket.
It's a handheld cannon.
So if it wasn't gunpowder that officially made knights obsolete, what was it that transitioned the world from medieval
Not right
warfare
now. I'm
into
okay from the
well, as we've already alluded to,
cheesesteak you gave me earlier, but I'll have some in a little bit.
barely existed. The term knight had become more an indication of social standing over the course of the 12th century, referring to a noble or landholder rather than a military unit. To try and make sense of these social changes, a distinction began to be drawn between military gregari, a non-noble cavalryman, and milits nobiles, or true knights.
Okay, so the last part, no. So this distinction between, good video though, good video, but the distinction between non-knighted, not titled mounted warriors, forces, and knights is absolutely present during the entirety of the Middle Ages. And every time you look at a piece of iconography and you see, oh, those are knights in plate armor with their helmet and the lance, maybe they're knights,
maybe not.
they're not. They might very well be men-at-arms. And there is a misconception that comes from video games that a man-at-arm is always just an infantry soldier. It's not the case. A man-at-arm can well be absolutely a billman. He could be whatever the heck, a halberdier, whatever it is, a spearman, but it could also very well be a man-at-arms who fights in the manner of the knight. And when one of those is there and they have the budget, maybe they're either veterans or they just come from a wealthy family, they're not knighted. They don't have the title, but they look identical to knights when you look at iconography. And in fact, oftentimes, unless you have specific indications that tell you this is Sir whatever the heck, and so we know that the person is a special, right? Like mounted nobility, they might as well be men-at-arms, and it would be very difficult to discern the two. So the distinction, the coexistence of mounted nobility and men-at-arms who are not titled, but they fight and look just like them, is always...
We've got another breaking story here. I just had to mention this. We weren't planning on talking about this, but the news just broke. Antifa protesters have rushed the entrance of tonight's TPUSA event after attempting to break down barriers. Attendees were rushed behind a police arrest, and other anti-TPUSA protesters have been arrested. Should we watch this?
Everything I have to say is a TOS.
Where is this based out of? Do we know?
Berkeley. So this is UC Berkeley, by the way, guys. And this is, I think, from Sam. I don't know who actually posted this.
It's that person, blonde-haired weirdo.
This isn't the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yep.
So are we just going to keep being nice to these people?
Well, it's just because it's a TPUSA thing. And they rushed TPUSA thing.
So that guy broke down the barriers.
Yeah. You can hold a racist, guys. You can call the racist, pack it in. That's it.
Berkeley has a long history of these types of protests. And usually they get a lot more out of hand than this so far, but I guess it's still early there, so we'll see what this turns into.
Well, it's not surprising, that's for sure.
No, of course not. Well, it's I mean, listen.
This is the one we got. I think this might be.
Yeah, let's see this
more
other video.
so.
But
But
they yank that
I have
blonde-haired
videos,
person,
guys. We just got
wig
this
wearing,
right now.
clowning.
Oh, sideshow, classic. Classic barbarians.
They're just barbarians.
All right. Well, that's all we got right now.
Well, again, this is exactly what we were saying earlier on the show. Look how quickly our predictions become true. You don't arrest these people, they become emboldened.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
Who thought anything different was going to happen? Everyone says, "Oh, well, if we do something, there's an escalation. If law enforcement intervenes and arrests people who are breaking the law, there's an escalation." There is an escalation regardless. The question is whether there is an escalation on the part of law enforcement that puts the riot down and puts, frankly, the insurrection down, or whether they continue to raise the temperature. That's it. That's it. And whenever the left says, I wish people would stop raising the temperature, what they're really saying is, I want to be the one in control of the fire.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty accurate. And like I said, this kind of stuff, they should round all those people up, and they should all go to jail, like all of them. They can get buses, bring the buses out, wrap them up, and put them in jail.
Anyone in a face mask, honestly, at this point.
Absolutely.
You're in a face, still wearing COVID mask for sure. You're gone, right to jail.
Yeah,
right to jail.
It shouldn't. At this point, it shouldn't be it shouldn't be a question as to whether or not these people go to jail. Like, these people are intending to intimidate. This isn't about a protest. This is intimidation. This is trying to shut down other people's speech. If you wanted to protest, you could protest. But when your protest is intended to shut other people's speech down, you should go to jail.
Zero question about it. And it shouldn't even be. I mean, it's insane to me that we're still having this discussion, right? It's so clear.
We've been having this discussion for a decade.
Yep.
Since 2015.
And you know what? Thank goodness we're allowed to have the discussion, because for a while we weren't, and that's part of why this problem has persisted as long as it has.
Remember when Berkeley was pro free speech? Before our time.
Yeah.
Before our time.
Yeah.
Same place that burnt itself down when Milo was on tour.
remember it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, exactly. And I have my doubts that was ever the case. I actually have my doubts, because we know there was
arrest them all, and everybody that's here on a green card gets deported.
That's it.
Yep.
Get them out of the country, because I guarantee there's a lot of people in that protest they're here on green cards.
Especially if they're fat.
They're guests.
Yeah, and if they're fat, they shouldn't be here at all, according to Trump.
But the government needs to start coming down on these people hard, within the law, of course. Within, I'm not talking about injuring people or violating people's rights, but if you are protesting in a manner that is meant to intimidate other people who are peaceably assembling, jail.
There's like threats,
jail.
Stuff.
Well,
like,
I hear what you're saying, but I mean, what do you think the motivation is? I mean,
order
not
disband.
doing it.
Exactly.
Why are they not doing? Trump is in charge right now.
Kid gloves.
It's like, huh?
Kid gloves. They've been treating these people.
Well, yeah,
with kid
but why is nobody stepping up and saying we're taking the kid gloves off?
Cowards.
I agree with you.
They're afraid of the optics being strong.
Well, one thing is that they're demonized when they do something to protect people. I mean, whether they're law enforcement or not, you got the Daniel Penny thing. It's like you actually stand up and do the right thing. It seems like these days you're actually demonized for it. And that is one thing that's demotivating to the police in general, the individual police, but then also for the police chiefs and for the people in charge of them. There's too much demotivating factor to do this. It's too much personal risk. That's one reason why they're all wearing masks too.
Yep.
Yeah, well, again, because only one side is required to play by the rules here. And so it's gotten to the point where the Republicans won't even play by the rules. The right won't even play by the rules because they won't do the things that the law allows them to do in order to shut down this kind of violence and these kinds of riots. We've been dealing with this, and I'm sure we all sound like broken records because we've been dealing with this for over a decade at this point, and nothing has been done. And there was a mandate from the people of the United States when they democratically elected Donald J. Trump, handing a Republican the first popular vote history in a very long time so that this problem could be dealt with. and it's not being dealt with. And there's a number of explanations and
How many people are
rationalizations, just
pushing
like
back
Phil
with the
pointed out. They could be
federal National
cowardly. It
Guard?
could be
Police
because
are being
he's worried
cowardly.
about
Local
bad
police.
optics before we start getting closer to the midterms. But I don't care, because if something isn't done, the problem's only going to get worse. And we heard all of the same excuses about the BLM riots in 2020. Well, it's going to look bad if the government does
Yeah.
something. The way these things work is that you got to shut them down immediately before they go completely out of control. And yes, the optics look a little bit bad for a little bit, but you got to bite the bullet right away and stop it from happening so that you don't have to worry about a
Yep,
little
I agree.
optical disaster. Because, by the way, every single time one of these riots happens, there is some kind of optics disaster for the Trump administration regardless, because his supporters go, why isn't he doing anything? Right. And you always have at least one person getting arrested who the left then says is a poor innocent victim who didn't do anything wrong. So what he needs to do is he just needs to bite the bullet. He needs to take all the bad optics at once. He needs to throw all these people in jail, and then he's going to spare himself years and years of news stories of rioters being locked up one at a time just to be released again.
You know what the solution to bad optics
Reminder for 6
You
o'clock.
make massive tax cuts and incentivize.
That's right.
Listen, make massive tax cuts, incentivize people to start
Yeah.
businesses, fix the economy, and then no one cares about the optics because they can pay for their groceries again. That's what you do. You fix the economy. You make sure that people can afford to live. Make sure that people can afford to get to pay for their rent, pay their mortgage, buy their groceries, and then they don't care that you're wrapping up leftists and throwing them in jail.
Yeah.
The solution to the optics is making sure the economy is booming.
Effective government. Effective government. People want this. Also, by the way, the people who are out here doing this crap, it's not like they're law-abiding citizens who are a benefit to their community regardless.
No.
If you were able to lock them up and they hadn't even committed the law or broken the law, which I'm not saying you should do, it would still probably be an improvement to the environment that they live in. Like, these people are generally repeat offenders. You don't just start throwing bricks at a cop when you've never broken a law before. You don't break down barriers and try to protest someone's free speech with violence when you've never broken a law before. So not only would he be taking all the optics disasters at once and then not having to deal with them in the future, but he would probably improve crime rates in all of the cities where he cracked down on these riots and arrested people.
I think the system is so broken, though, because this goes back longer than a decade. These people have been emboldened for decades. You go back to the Weather Underground. I say it all the time.
Yes.
These people were domestic terrorists. They were Marxists. They killed people. They hurt people. They killed themselves, too, with bombs. But they went to jail. And even when they were pardoned by Cuomo, they were pardoned by Clinton. They became professors. They started doing stuff with Thousand Currents, Susan Rosenberg. They started working. Thousand Currents started working with Act Blue. So it's like this is a deep, deep issue with the whole system. So even when they go to jail, they come out and get rewarded by the left.
Yeah. Maybe.
How do we stop that? Like that's how you have to stop that cycle
Trump was
of violence.
supposed to be the antidote, right? Like, I mean, that was the reason that a lot of people want Trump to be in office, is because he was finally an outsider who didn't care about the optics. Like that was supposed to be his thing. And so sometimes he really does act that way, and I appreciate those. And then other times turning the blind eye. Like I'm so frustrated about some of the things that aren't happening. I'm frustrated that people who are obviously breaking the law aren't getting arrested. I'm frustrated that there's no push right now for nationwide voter ID requirements, right? Well, I mean, one of the reasons we're in this mess is because we don't have nationwide voter ID requirements, and we're losing elections on the federal level because certain states are disenfranchising everybody else. Why is there we just don't care about that anymore?
No, I mean that was one of the things that Donald Trump said that would be passed if they got rid of the filibuster.
Absolutely, and so those, and it's a snowball effect. If you enforce the border, kick out everybody who's not supposed to be here, arrest criminals and actually put them in jail and keep them in jail, and enforce voter ID, you're going to see that the country is actually a lot more conservative than you thought that it was. Way more conservative than you thought that it was.
I agree.
Because the people that are left are the law-abiding citizens that are actually American citizens.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that I'm as much of a border hawk as you can get. I'm glad that the border is basically shut down now, and I think that the government should be doing everything they can to wrap up as many illegals here that are here and send them back. I don't know that that's going to solve everything, but I do think that would solve a lot of.
It all works together.
Yeah,
it all works together.
So.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through
There's my stream on YouTube. Yeah, nice. New stimulus.
Welcome back to another video. Today, we are playing the new champion, Zahin. He is on the PvE only at the moment, so before you queue up, he's only available on the PvE. Yes, he is the best jungler in the game, and I will explain. I have a reason to say this. One, he's a new champion. They forgot to balance him, as always. Riot special. Two,
They choose not to.
thank you for the
They
leash.
make him
I don't really need it, but
overpowered.
thank you.
What he
Two,
buys.
he actually has damage modifiers on his abilities. So, first off, his Q does bonus damage to monsters. I should maybe say his E first. His E is like a Lilia Q. It does bonus damage to monsters, and the outside perimeter of that area that you see does more damage. So I'm trying to hit it at the edge like this. His Q is an auto attack reset. It does heal his HP, and when you recast it, it's actually a knock-up. I'll show the knock-up on this next camp, hopefully. So I'm trying to like, let's see if we can do
That
this.
doesn't count.
Was that good? Yeah, I don't know. So auto Q, and then here's the knock-up. Auto Q, boom. His passive, he gains attack damage per stack of his passive. He can stack it up to 12 times. He stacks it on champions. Wait, am I gonna... I think I'll just take my W. I'll tell you what the W does in a second. Okay. His passive stacks up to 12. He gains attack damage per stack. At maximum stacks, he's able to revive. Like the old Aatrox. If you guys remember old Aatrox passive, or was it? Yeah, it was his passive. He basically has the old Aatrox passive if he has 12 stacks of his passive. Very, very broken. You'll see that under the mana bar right here. When it gets red, that means I will revive if I die. Yeah, I took Conqueror. Here's the runes. I took Conqueror since it will stack pretty well with the passive of his. We should have a crazy number of AD. I took this just for the meme, the Absolute Focus Gathering Storm, to see if I can get 1,000 AD on the champion. I heard it's possible. Oh, I should smite that. My bad. All right, so the W, it actually pulls the enemy like a scorpion pull. It also pulls Zahin closer to the target if it's a champion. Oh. Okay, I explained all those, right? Yeah, I explained everything. What are we playing against? We're playing against a Vi. Okay. Wait, Galio's support. Can I do anything here? No, I think I'm just gonna gank here. I'm just fixing the scoreboard. It's always messed up on PvE. Ooh. I can just do this. I can definitely get my passive if I fight long enough. Oh, I missed. Oh my gosh, I'm boosted. Got the knock up. I got the kill. I can revive. Let's revive for free. For fun. That's too broken, Riot. That's so good. All right, let's get out of here. I misplayed that so hard. My bad. I'm still getting used to the champion. My bad, my bad.
For his revive.
So this revive is a 5-minute cooldown at the moment, right?
Wow.
However, that was a perfect showcase of the passive. It's so OP. However, it scales. It scales up to a 2-minute cooldown for a revive and 75% health, max health regenerated. So, Guardian Angel is a 5-minute revive cooldown. His is a 2-minute, and you can build both of them if you want, if you're feeling yourself. So this is why I say this champion's broken, and why I think he'll be an excellent jungler. Also, I found out his E does go over the wall. It does go over the wall. I'll show you guys in a second. Here, I'll show you right now. See, it goes over the wall. Oh. Okay. Auto reset, knock up. I'm going to try to stand in front of her Q. Never mind, we're chilling. Oh. Okay, okay, not bad. Oh. Hold on. I'm coming in. Oh! It's AoE W. Okay, nice try. I was actually going to knock him up. If Yasuo Q knocked him up there, I was going to follow it up with a knock up of my own. Wow, crazy champion. Now,
Where's the
Let's
pizza?
talk about his scaling.
His
His scaling? Oh, hold on. Oh, I need help. Wait, can I do this? No. Oh, no.
yes.
Can I?
Last turn.
Oh! I needed one more auto for the revive. Oh, no, it's on cooldown.
On cooldown.
I almost went full red under my mana bar, but actually, it's on cooldown anyway. I'm trolling. That's fine. I mean, it's crazy that we still killed her, though. That was kind of insane. We should not have won that. Oh, I have to wait for Hubris, right? Okay, this gives me time to explain the ulti. The ulti gives you passive armor penetration up to 30%, scales with level. The active gives you 50% damage reduction.
Could you
while
grab
you're
me a
casting
tea jug,
it,
Gabe?
and it's a 200% AD ratio bomba. You just ulti down
Thank you,
and
buddy.
slam into the ground. I'll show you guys the. Oh, there we go. I'll show you guys the radius once it's available. Let's go get this crab. Crab is important here.
Put a Christmas.
So
spin on the
200% AD
game.
ratio, and you gain 33% of the damage dealt as health. So the E is a 50 plus 100. The E is 200, 100, 120. A lot of 80 ratios. Very high ones. That's why I went Hubris first this game. I really like using the normal cast on the E. It feels correct. Feels like I can land it better. Here's the here's this. Not a super long range, but you know. All right. Pretty good so far. You need an armor pen item. You can combine his ulti with an armor pen item. Yeah, that's true. You can definitely do that. Oh man, their Mortis fed. I like that. That means this game's going to be pretty close. I wonder if you could pull someone over the wall. That would be actually really cool to try. Like someone right here. I would love to try that. Like, imagine, like, someone's just going to... Oh, that is Soraka.
Thank you, buddy.
Get over here. You know what I mean? Also, I can go over the wall just like that, OP. That's why... This is why he's actually going to be a jungler. He actually has jungle modified damage on the E and the Q. And he can go over walls very easily.
That's cool.
There's absolutely no reason he won't be good. For these reasons. Let's try to get them. I have passive. Okay, I'm gonna set up my knock up. There we go. W into the knock up. Okay. There's no way he gets away, I don't think. Boom! It's kind of fun actually killing them on the knock up. Nice. Alright, 6 kills Zahin. Also, if you guys notice, pay attention to the attack damage when I'm in combat. I gain a lot of attack damage from the passive.
Nice.
And then also if you combine that with the Conqueror, it's a lot. Oh! He ulted off the W knockup. That's actually cool. That was very cool. This poor Vi, man. This poor Vi. Wait, can I kill Galio on the way back? Oh, he's actually behind me. Let's get to spot. That means I can just either kill Jinx if she pushes up or just kill Galio on the way here. I think I'll just kill Jinx real fast. I'll use my R. So let's see his actual gank gap close and everything. This poor Jinx. I'm pretty sure she just panicked. I don't even think she knows what the champion does. I think she saw a massive ring around her and just panicked. But I don't blame her. This is like day one of the new champion. No one really knows what he does, so things are gonna look goofy. Yo, what up, Mega? Collector this game? I have a build in mind that I want to try. It's not gonna have Collector though. I wanna go the build that I think will be best on Zahin. And it's gonna make him look the most broken as well. Dude, their Mord is so Omega fed. This is gonna be so good to actually try. Like yes, we're stomping. Like, you know, this is obviously PBE, so you know games are gonna be kind of imbalanced. So I'm really glad to see that they have someone really fed on their team. so we can actually see like the real power. Oh, I missed. All right, I'm boosted. The W is a little hard to hit. Another overpowered champion implemented by Rito idiots. Is Vi here? Ew. 2,400 golds. I want Sundered Sky next. You can probably just use your E to get around the map too. Kind of like a Vi Q, right? Am I ready to take on Mord? Probably not, honestly. Should I try? He's strong. I'll try it. This could be a big mistake. Let's try. I'm hoping to get my passive. Whoa. Dude. So even if he killed me, you see the red bar? I revive. Even if he kills me. So as long as you can stay in combat long enough, you cannot lose. I wonder how much AD I had. Did anyone catch that? I didn't see how much AD I had. Alright, it's good that we killed him. He was really strong. Oh, my bot lane died too. Nice. I really hope this is a close game, actually, because ideally we get to 6 items and I get like 1,000 AD and I show you guys the true power of Zahin max items. That'd be really cool. Your W is AoE, which is nice. Yeah, I thought it was AoE only on the monsters, but it's on champions too. Oh, they got first tower.
Yep.
You had 355 AD. Wow. Like, that might not seem like a lot right now, but it's actually so much. I'm out. Thank you, Erigot, for hovering. I'm out, though. What the? Man, the E is hard to hit. It's gonna take some time to get used to, I guess. Alright, let's go build our items. Sundered Sky, boots, into Death Stance. Death Stance scales off AD. So all this bonus attack damage that we're getting is gonna scale so well into the Death Stance heal. 75% bonus AD turns into health after a takedown. It's gonna be ridiculous. It's gonna be so crazy. Here, what should I do here? I think I think I can kill anyone now, even Mord, because I have 2 items. He has 1.5, so I can kill anyone. Let's see if there's anyone here though. I could full clear, but like, let's just get some action going. I want to get some hubris stacks. Huh. Oh, he's so dead. Yasuo, no! I'm coming in, guys. Yasuo's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, let's do an E, an auto Q. Okay. Pulling him in. I'm ulting in. I'm gonna get my revive. It's fine. It's fine. I'm balanced. No, it's fine. I'm balanced because I can just hit the tower and just die for free. Aatrox! We're back! Nah, how is this champion balanced though? It doesn't make sense. I have like 500 AD at 15 minutes. And if I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just old Aatrox, yeah. It's unbelievable. Alright, let's work towards the Death Stance now. Nice-oo. Alright, so wait, 20 AD, 15 AD. I mean, that's fine. Oh, my bad. I thought I was playing Mbessa. I pressed E and I thought this was like, it's like the same as Mbessa E. Kinda. Alright. Alright. Finish the jungle item. Wait. Why did I buy red egg? I meant to buy the blue one. Oops. I meant to buy the blue one. My bad. Oh. Hello, guys. Oh, I don't have passive. Maybe I shouldn't fight this. Yeah, I'm not fighting this. I'm not fighting it. Okay, I'm gonna go over the wall. Okay, I'm not going to... I'm dead. Okay, my bad. If I had passive, I would have fought that. But I had to waste it against the tower like a noob.
Oh, holy.
I thought my ulti could go over the wall. Apparently,
Cool.
it doesn't go over this.
Cool. Everybody's talking about the stimulus check, huh?
Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2C TV, your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we have some breaking news coming from London. It's been an interesting couple of hours. I was warned not to go to North London earlier on as there was a protest. We did get some information that the police were going to be problematic. Luckily, well, I can't even say luckily now, we have our 2CTV reporter Niak Orbani, almost the banana man, who's always ready to go to the battlefield. He has been arrested. We've also had the attack by the police and restrictions on new media and independent reporters. Another friend of ours,
he loves
Jack
that venom.
Hatfield, also had problems tonight. We're going to give you guys the latest coverage on this. There's a lot to show you. We're going to show you the videos from the protest. But at one point, I stopped getting the video reports from Niak, and I didn't hear anything until we discovered from our friends and other new media colleagues that they've taken him away without telling us. First, I'm going to explain what's actually been happening. Bob Vylan, the anti-Jewish rapper, is in the capital tonight. He had a live performance near Kentish Town at the, I think, O2 Arena thing, not the main O2 Arena, it's a smaller O2 venue. And you had, of course, the British patriots and the Jewish community coming out to protest against him. We also had the Islamists and the far left coming out in support of him. Things kicked off. The police have arrested at least 6 people so far. A pro-Palestinian, this guy, the ginger guy, a ginger jihadi, has been arrested for shouting death, death to the IDF. Let me just firstly show you the footage from that, and then we're going to start. Let's go.
Oh.
I'm going to explain what happened to Niak. That's when he got arrested.
What?
We have a number of videos to show you the two-tier policing in this country, the way they treat this side when they arrest them, and the way they treat our side. We had one woman from the pro-Palestinian side who was arrested. They put him in a police van. They still allowed her to use her phone to film herself from inside the police van, when Niak was not even allowed to make one simple phone call to me or anybody to let people know. They take his phone away. Jack Hatfield, another friend of ours, was also restricted. They pushed him away. They said, you can't be here. The whole thing is completely chaotic. Enough is enough. So this guy, the police had no other option but to arrest him because he was going around chanting death, death to the IDF. What do you think was going to happen? Even the Metropolitan Police had no other choice but to arrest this man. But I'm showing you this side first, to then show you the other side, to then see the problem. So he was taken. It's getting tiring now. They are making everything hard. They're making it difficult for us to do our job. Again, it's not just me, it's not just Niak. It's also all the others. We've got lovely people like Emma Donwell, who goes out there, Louis Errington, Jack Hatfield, many others who take this risk to go out there to actually show you the truth about what's going on the ground, because the mainstream media don't want to do it. And this is how we're all being treated. Now, outside Kentish Town, a tube station, where protesters were gathering, against the anti-Semitic rapper Bob Dylan, who was playing at the O2 venue. This is the first clip, first report from Jack. Then we'll show you. I think we're just receiving the video from Niak's arrest, which I'll show you in a second. So it started fine. Everything was fine. And we've seen not one single evidence of violence from this side, the side that carry the St. George's flag, the Union flag, and the Israeli flag. Not one evidence over the last 2.5 years. 2 years or so, whatever it's been. But when the other side turn up, things change, but somehow this side, they tend to put them in a cage, Jew pens and whatever, right? The other side can do whatever they want. Now, early on the evening, the police issued Section 14 orders on the protests to basically force people to stay in one corner. Again, basically Jew pen. The police arrested a pro-Palestinian protester after she crossed over. This is the woman who, when they put her in a van, she was still allowed to use her phone. Let's go to the moment of arrest. Obviously covering their faces as usual, right? They're trying to control the narrative. It's getting harder now because there are more of us now. There are more of us on the ground. Even if I can't make it, even if Niak is taken, even if Jack goes somewhere else, there are more of us. You can't do that anymore. Vile behavior. Anyway, so she's taken. This is when Niak was still around. And in the next clip, we're going to show you the arrests from our side. A number of counter-protesters have also been arrested. Actual main protesters, the anti-Bob Dylan protesters. These are the supporters of Bob Dylan.
So when we get your details, I can then release you and deal with it in slow time. If needed, invite you to a station for interview later on. But without your details, I can't investigate this offence. This alleged offence, all right? And I suspect...
Alleged offence.
All right, man. Do you have any ID on you? No. Okay, what's your surname?
Okay, guys. Private privacy is given.
Anyway, so that happened. And then we started getting more updates. Mark Burbuck, friend of TCTV, was arrested wearing a t-shirt that said, "Some people are Zionists, get over it." The police arrested Mark. Watch. Some people are Zionists, get over it. Shambolic night. Absolutely shambolic.
Well, they're saying I've breached Section 14.
Section 14. My backside. Anyway.
Your hand up, move out of the way. That officer has lost control. He's lost control. No, you lost control. You were stamping on my foot. Why did you get that? Well done. Well done.
So Niak is still there. They didn't let him report it from this moment onwards. You can see him on the right hand side. That's him with a hat. Then they stopped him from reporting. Then they said, you have to go stand, you have to leave the area, you have to go stand on the other side. Which basically stops him from reporting. They basically banned him. They said, well, you can't do your job. Recently, we had to go to court. Niak had to go to court. He had to take lawyers to fight against this. Niak won the ruling. The judge said Niak should be allowed to report from the protests. What is the point of going all the way to court in the United Kingdom, spend all that money on the lawyers, winning the trial?
If you get the same outcome.
The judge took our side, defended TCTV. The police still ignore the ruling. What is the point? You know, those who say, well, at least if you have good judges, you know, the justice system will be on your
Nice
side.
French
and, you know,
doors on that.
And that is the law of the country, the rule of the land. Fine. They don't care. All the money spent on lawyers, going to court, the judge defending Niak and 2CTV as our reporter, and still this. Now, there was I'm going to show you the situation with Niak. This is where things obviously started to escalate. He was arrested down the road from Bob Vylan's concert in Kentish Town. There was, after they stopped him from reporting, the police said, well, we also have a new allegation, that somebody from the pro-Palestinian side randomly made, even though Niak wasn't on that side, that you pushed into somebody's hand. So, you touched someone's hand. Oh, it's very haram. It's very haram. Of course, they are targeting him. Let's go to the moment of Niak's arrest.
He's making an allegation. He's making to take the report. He doesn't lose his opportunity. I said 12 times about not for a mystical bond. This is no, I did not. So you won't take his report. He got assaulted and he'd be arrested. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Look at the state of the police officers. What do you expect?
You won't take his report. Shame on you. I'm going to stop. Shame on you. Little two-tier. Two-tier. Two-tier.
Why are you being arrested, mate?
Further offences.
And then they take his phone. That's why they told me not to go tonight. That's why I decided to stay away, because I knew they were gonna ban us anyway. Niak still decided to go.
Why do you need to arrest him? Because they are targeting you. Why do you need to arrest him? Pussy, shame on you.
I'm gonna get your reaction soon, by the way. Now, as I said, it wasn't just Niak, so that's when they took him to the van. It's not about just 2CTV. Jack Hatfield also reported, earlier this evening, a Met police sergeant forced me to move to the other side of the road from the pro-Palestinian protesters after one of them grabbed my ID lanyard and demanded that I leave, just for filming them and not saying a word. Do we not have freedom of press in Britain? They are treating not just Niak, but also Jack Hatfield, who's one of the nicest, harmless human beings I've ever met, as some sort of agitator or a protester for some reason. Let's go to Jack.
I'm outside the O2 Kentish Forum here in Camden, where behind me supporters of Bob Vylan are out on the streets supporting the act who is playing at the Kentish Forum this evening, which I said is just behind me over this direction. And the rain is lashing down. Behind me on the other side, we have some people going against Bob Vylan, of course, done to death the IDF at Glastonbury, and told people who wanted their country back to fuck off, basically, and put it in unpolite terms. Earlier, when I was on the other side of the street getting some footage, I was confronted by police who told me that they could identify me as a real journalist, etc. So therefore, I have had to be moved on. So since early this evening, I've been stuck on the pro-Israel side of the protest. Again, you don't need official accreditations to be a journalist in this country legally, but police will still move you on regardless. I do not want to risk being arrested this evening. I'd rather get the content, and there was far enough content to get on this side of the road, as long as the other side of the road, which is where most of the arrests have been taking place. There's going to be more arrest footage coming. Multiple arrests, both on the Israeli and Bob Vylan side this evening. So we'll keep you updated again. The rain's been lashing down, so I've got my umbrella. But yeah, so I'm out here in all weathers getting you the content.
They are coming for new media. That's the point. Now, we have another angle from Niak's arrest that I'm going to explain the bigger problem.
Targeting. Get them. Get the light on there. Just pushing somebody's hand from my front of my camera. Okay, Niak's been arrested now, everyone. He gave details as well, didn't he? He gave his details as well.
Now, can I get some reaction? Because big shout out to the brilliant Louis Arrington, who also at times report for 2CTV, but of course he has his own channel as well, so make sure to check out Louis Arrington for basically being there and filming all the arrests, a number of people who have been arrested. While we do that, I'm gonna get some reaction, but don't forget, by the way, the fight continues. They are terrified of how all of us, the power that we have, new media, independent reporters, the BBC's dying, as you guys know, and we've been celebrating the death of the BBC, especially as we're getting closer to Friday. That's the deadline when President Trump is going to be suing the BBC for $1 billion. And in order to celebrate that, this is a special week. So, of course, we're giving you guys a 50% discount for 2CTV Plus annual memberships if you use the promo code RIP BBC. Yes, rest in peace. Go on 2c.tv or just find the link
BBC.
in the description down below. You can find it, obviously. And yeah, so 50% off. This is the best way to actually fight back if you want to support our small independent team, but also you get something out of it. You get access to our full streaming service with documentaries, interviews, chat forum, podcasts, and everything else that we have. So get something out of it. That's the best way to support us, much cheaper than the TV license. Anyway, let me get some reaction from the live chat while we're here. Jack Hadfield is in the chat saying, thanks for posting my clips, Maya. Yes, absolutely. And of course, Jack had his handle. Jack had his. Go follow him on X, because obviously he does great reporting, regardless of what the police says, regardless of what certain people in the media establishment say, that Jack Hadfield is not a real journalist. He is a real journalist. He doesn't even say anything. He doesn't even go to provoke anybody. He doesn't even actually express opinions when he's doing his actual reporting. If you want his opinion, you can ask him. He will tell you what he thinks about certain things. But if he's doing his job as a reporter, he's doing it. So obviously Jack is always there as well.
Reporters should be.
Now, Vinny, Super Chat says, two-tier policing, I have experienced it myself. Yeah, Vinny King, who's also a good freedom fighter. Keep up the good work, Vinny, but he has dealt with this nonsense.
Crazy. Crazy.
Falsely accusing me of rape, falsely, which is a lie from the pit of hell, which means that she's claiming that she married her rapist and had children with her rapist. Very wicked lie, which is a text message sent to someone. They aired out. No facts, no police reports, no charges, no jail time, nada. This is slander and defamation of the highest kind. Someone told me that David was claiming that he wants to sue me for what? I want to just wrap it up because I don't want to address these dogs anymore. God is exposing them. God is ending their career. God is showing that they're demons and tools of Satan. Let me explain how. You see how this guy Thaddeus is sick. He's now on a jihad. He wants to expose me. Not only should I step down ministry, I should be in prison on a false accusation because he's got no life.
Sam's a coward. Absolutely is. doesn't want anybody in his chat from David Woods party to go in there and say go for it. Your defamation lawsuit if you you really are defamed. Hey, no spitting water. What are you doing? Eli scared her.
You get paper towels and you clean up that mess. You have paper towels.
I do have some, but you need to stop making a mess.
Big job.
Yeah, well, you made it a big job. Let's see if we can recap what Crowder, and then I think I'm going to play some Rivals.
Look,
2 hours.
hey, I fit in the hole.
Immensely strong. This cause it.
Welcome to the Rumble lineup live weekdays, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. You don't need to change that dial if you still had a dial. I don't know if many of you have even seen a dial, which brings us to what we'll be talking about today. We'll be talking about Obamacare. Let me know if you are young enough to where you don't fully remember when this was the thing. It's the major accomplishment of the Democrat Party really over the last 30 years and what the debate was surrounding. And because now we're sort of seeing this ticking time bomb blasting. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about President Trump's not great moves this last week. You know, we try and call balls and strikes here. And can someone, before we get to it, maybe we'll take your dialogue in chat later. Can someone steelman the Chinese foreign exchange student policy? Can someone steelman for me the 50-year mortgage? I'm not seeing any upside. I'm really not. And we try to be objective with that. And that also brings me to something here I wanted to discuss. Look, as of right now, this moment, I believe still, Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens are all trending. And it is just a bunch of friendly and in some cases unfriendly fire. It's a civil war in the right now. And I'll tell you, that's really honestly a fight for the soul of the country. And what I mean by that is the left has no soul. We know that. It is a soulless succubus. And so whatever moves forward as the right wing, the conservative, the populist, the MAGA movement is going to determine the soul of this country. And I've been around here, certainly doing this kind of a show, the longest, been on YouTube since 2009. I've had Ben Shapiro on this show many times. I've been on Tucker Carlson's show back. He was a host in Fox and Friends Weekends many times. We've crossed streams with Candace Owens. I've had Mark Levin on the show. I'd like to invite every single one of them, Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, on the show for a conversation, for a debate, however you guys want to do it, because I think there does need to be some neutral territory here. And I think that this idea of each side on the right not wanting to platform the other side. But that's not a thing anymore. Everyone has a platform in this argument, in this fight. Everyone has a platform, and we should be the wing of ideas, of discussion. I think that some tactics lately have been underhanded. I think some people have been less than straightforward. I think there may be some bad actors, not necessarily of those in positions of authority who have mentioned, but those who are following them. I'll tell you this, Ben Shapiro is wrong about a lot. He's also right about quite a bit. Mark Levin is wrong about a lot. He's right about quite a bit. I think his approach right now is really wrong, and the way he's dealing with it. Tucker Carlson has some pretty strong ideas. He's also wrong about a lot, in my opinion. Candace Owens, you know that we disagree more than we agree on approach and on the decision to almost exclusively attack those on the right. For example, I think that Schumer, I think that Brian Stelter is far more harmful to America. I think that legacy media is far more harmful to America than Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson. Could say the same for Mark Levin and Candace Owens. So I don't know why all of these attacks are just going to each other. Not a big fan of it. Don't like it. I'll even moderate this if people want to sit down and talk across. I hate to say across the aisle. We're supposed to be in the same aisle. But we need to hash this out. We need to determine the soul of this country in the future. And I don't think it's in a great place right now. I really don't. I've been around long enough to see the momentum, to see the gains, to see the shift in young Gen Z male voters. And I think if we don't get a handle on this and look, I don't believe in finding common ground based on a lie. That's why I don't try to find common ground with those on the left right now. Certainly not those in positions of leadership of the Democrat Party. Guarantee you I can find common ground with any of the aforementioned people who is trending. Ben Shapiro was supposed to be on the show actually not that long ago. Ben, haven't heard back. We've obviously reached out to Tucker a few times. He was supposed to be on the show. Tucker, haven't heard back. We are glad to host you guys. And if it's a conversation about ideas, if there are problems that need to be fixed, that need to be pruned in this movement, well, let's fix them. Let's talk about them. Let's prune them. Ball's in your court. Happy Veterans Day to everyone out there. Thank you to those who have served. And here's one of our all-time favorite intros.
Are you gonna eat it? Whoa, we're changing colors. Whoa. Whoa. No. Let go. Uncurl that finger, baby girl. He came up with making snow. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, Josh. Crowder. January 16th, 2020. YouTube headquarters. Sits on an isolated island somewhere.
All right, guys, this is it. 2020. Move fast and avoid getting those community guidelines strike.
I want regular content from all of you. It's an election year, so use those algorithms.
If you're not sure if your content's borderline, err on the side of caution. We don't need any more channels being banned. Keep keep your content clean, gentlemen. I'll see you on YouTube.
Okay, let me show you, boys.
Dude, pick up. Why is he carrying the body?
Captain, they've got us surrounded. I don't know how much more we can take. Don't think like that. I promise you, after this, I'll buy everyone here a round of beer. Okay, even Brandon. Thank you, sir. Was he got a salute? He was got a salute. That's not protocol. Corporal Black, tell me you have some good news for me.
Right now, Captain. There's hardly anybody left, and it gets worse.
How can it get any worse?
It's just box videos, doll unboxings, and makeup tutorials with.
Corporal Black! Corporal Black! You Palo Alto bastard!
Sir, we need to surrender.
Oh, come on! We didn't come all this way just to give it up to some Silicon Valley sprite, right? What's your name, Private?
Given, sir.
He's not in our company, but he's still here. That's a good sign. It's an election year, damn it! We created Mug Club exactly for this instant, to guarantee a future-free internet for all content creators, free from the legacy media gatekeepers. That's why we're here. Don't forget that. I want you to look alive. Get out, move up, and use Maddie as cover. 3, 2.
What is the matter?
Click Rumble Premium and join now for $99 annually or $9.99 a month to get the entirely ad-free experience and an ever-expanding roster of content, creators, and free speech.
Upset, so when the dog is and he had his foot like when it shuts and just
I'll be okay. What are you doing, babies?
Glad to be with you. Yeah, happy Veterans Day. Here's some PTSD. We apologize.
Our bad. Nobody watching went through that.
People, here's the thing. Now most of that could be done with AI, but back then we actually had to bring in, what was it, like a metric ton of sand and buy the uniforms. It was a lot of work. And now you're just like, just go, hey, Grok, do the thing.
Just to kill Maddie first every time.
Every single time. Well, back then they weren't silly enough to have ladies in stretchy maternity suits on the front lines. But progress. Hey. Glad to be with you. Let me ask you. Hold on, so make sure. Yep. Okay. My headphones are fine. It's just my ears. It's because of all the bullets.
Always, yes.
Never go. Imagine how scary that must have been jumping into that water. Every time I see that film, that's what I think of. Like, you're making a decision. All right, getting shot or very likely to drown. Do I think I can walk at the bottom to the shore?
Well, there's that story of Steven Spielberg doing a showing for veterans before it came out, and like half the audience left.
Yeah.
Because they said it was so accurate. I don't want to say good, but it was so accurate.
It still is. It is good. I still think it's probably the best war film ever made. It's one of those where the guy nailed it. It's my favorite.
That
for sure.
You love me too.
That one's pretty good too. People said Thin Red Line, but that means you're gay.
Okay.
Super gay.
Hey, let me ask you this: how are you celebrating the opening back up of the government? You guys getting some cheese? By the way, it's a live show, weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. Captain Morgan, CEO, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am all right, sir.
Just all right.
Yeah. Well, yesterday we had the change of mind, then a bunch of stuff and the thing. And then Friday, November 14th at Chalet Theater in Enumclaw, Washington, not _Firestein on X because he is not on X. Josh Firestein, how are you?
I'm good. That's this Friday. I'm excited.
Can I thank you today as a veteran?
One day, yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
I'll tell you someone who I don't thank.
Who?
This next guy. Not you. You have him on camera. No, not him. Someone who has served very little, but he does, I will tell you this, he does have some mean swag.
He said it.
Yeah, he said it. You'll see. Hey, let me, before I ask, because Hassan Piker, right, is self-described as socialist, and I've become more familiar with him now as he's called for the deaths of
it was a funny CCP moment
He
for
talks
him.
about wearing swag in this clip. Isn't swag antithetical to socialism? Like,
I would think.
To communism?
Not a lot of swag.
The idea, like, isn't it the perfect encapsulation of decadent capitalism? Let me know. Like,
unless you're talking about like the corporate version of swag, which is stuff we all get. It's like an acronym.
Get it. Get that
And then it
microphone.
would be very socialist, communist.
Well, I don't think that he is, because he's dressed like a kung fu master who's trying to scam an insurance company with a fake neck brace. You guys will see.
Okay.
So Hassan Piker, self-avowed socialist and supporter of the far left, he
Got
was
his
streaming
phone checked.
live from Tiananmen Square. I know what you're thinking. Yes. And he was surprised that he was stopped by the Chinese after they didn't like what he was doing. Turns out that they're not as lenient and not as open-minded as people might think with the communism.
The time is right for us. Like, we are already
Hi.
there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Roger, you seen this?
Homo.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like a fisherman got in an accident.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's eat the fishman. There's blue lights.
Okay. So have you recorded anything?
No, not yet.
No. Yeah, he said he saw you.
Oh, I was holding the camera out, but I didn't do anything yet.
Just tell him you're a comrade.
Did you lie to the Chinese? No recording.
So he wants to see the background of your
Of my phone?
yeah.
Sure.
Or like a live show or
phone. Oh.
They had never seen a swagged out white boy like me before.
It's
He's
true.
not
Many
white.
people haven't because they can afford nothing.
Mhm.
This is a guy who decries the violation of rights here in the United States. And like, we need to see your phone.
I love that.
You can't have phone if have funny thing on phone.
Did you hear the voice? He's like, my phone? It's
No,
like, yes.
no.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
socialism.
I don't know if you know this with communism. Nothing is yours. Yeah.
Yeah.
He also, by the way, Piker, decried any type of patriotism, letting you know that he is not patriotic. Again, from Tiananmen Square, where people were massacred for standing up to the government that he supports, in theory.
I don't
No,
have
no,
any
he
sort
does
of
support them.
patriotism in my heart for any, for America, but just
We
in
know.
general. I'm not like a very, I care about people.
Not dogs.
So
Definitely
for me,
not
it's like
dogs.
it's hard to comprehend.
Okay, well, how about
get
some
it.
patriotism for the fact that you can have memes on your phone here?
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, isn't it pretty
I'm
sick?
for that.
Yeah, that you have enough disposable income so you can get a $3 million house and swag. How about that? Also, by the way, it's just funny to me. It tells you how little he understands history. He questioned why all the cops in the China have fire extinguishers.
According to Sally, we didn't even come that early.
Dude, what's up with fire extinguishers? What do you mean? I've never. No, hold on. No. Every cop has a fire extinguisher on their belt. Is that normal?
You never know.
And not only that, but if you
That's
look at our
spray.
hotel,
in a pinch, you could use it like mace.
I thought it was mace. No, as far as every in the hotel, I've never seen this many fire extinguishers ever in my life.
I have the answer.
Is it mixtapes? Too many mixtapes?
Yeah, no, it's because people try and light themselves on fire in Tiananmen Square. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, quite a bit. Because it's kind of a big deal there because of the revolt against the actual authoritarian, the actual fascist administration. So it's pretty cool that you didn't do that
Those
research.
communists.
Well, maybe he watches and now he knows he could bring that back here.
Yeah.
And then when he's upset about something,
Yeah. That's what these people
Nice
hate
idea.
their government so much that they are literally willing to light themselves on fire, basically to honor other people who also hated the government. Okay.
No patriotism in his heart, though.
No. Hold on. I want to challenge that. He did have a flag in his hand.
did he?
He did. Did you
Was
guys
it a
catch
rainbow?
that?
What was it?
Did you catch the flag in his hand at the end of the
I
video?
didn't. I
See if
just
you
couldn't
pull
get
it
over
back
the
up?
fact that
he
he
had
looked
the
like
Chinese
Paddington
flag.
Unbearable.
Can you pull it? Do you have?
Oh,
it?
yeah.
No, I mean he does have some patriot.
Oh, there's a flag in his hand.
Yeah.
I think it looks like I know what you did last summer in Tiananmen Square.
I'll take some pizza then.
There, love him.
Yeah, patriotism. They're going to have human fireworks. That's what they're going to have
Just
there.
do.
Jimmy. Baby, I am firework. Oh, no, this really burns. Make me go, ow, ow, ow.
With a picture of
Oh,
Mao,
sure.
Mao.
This make me go, All right.
They do it to themselves, so you know.
And by the way, no, the extension for debate does not. I do have a rule. If you call for the death of people like me and my friends and say there should be more violence, then no, it's not about platforming. It's that there's no way to do it safely.
No,
so
that's true.
yeah. Hey, you guys, let me know if you think I'm missing something. Maybe they have some things that we should emulate here in the United States.
No.
I tell you what they do get right in China, at least, and they get very, very little right. And by saying they get this right, of course, I don't mean it. I just needed a segue. They don't have people as silly as this in the public square. And by silly, I mean unattractive, ineffective, and retarded. They're protesting ICE.
I find them attractive.
The furry?
Yeah.
All right, heels to the front. This song reminds me of what's going on right now.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Richard Nixon, Ho Chi Minh really is right.
Yeah.
Sounds like California. Why?
Oh, that part's right.
We didn't start the fire. It wasn't Antifa. It just started by itself.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. Yeah, we have no idea how it got started. Well, hold on. That's the sound of ICE hearing you. They packed up and they closed up shop.
Oh, good.
It
worked.
It worked. It worked. Even Richard Simmons' ghost thought it was pathetic.
What a bunch of f***its! Jazz hands!
What?
That's good to know he's keeping that weight off.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good to know he's keeping that weight off. Yeah, I told you he was going to be on the show.
Yeah.
And then he disappeared right before everyone started hearing about that weird witch, that Brazilian witch that was holding him hostage. He was sending me. He's like, oh yeah, okay, if it's long as it's not going to be political. I was like, no, you're an American icon. I just want to talk. He's like, okay, I have to go right now. I can't talk. And I'm like, this is a direct message. Someone, you're making it sound like you're on the phone and someone hears you.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Okay. That's too bad. He was a fun guy.
Yeah. Richard Simmons is a great. If he can make it in America, everyone has a shot.
It's true.
Really, he's an American
I just
success
let it
story.
my finger
And, he
after
wasn't
I
shoving it down people's throats. I mean, he was super gay, but he wasn't.
I ate it. And
More
then,
choice
like,
of words.
No, he would go on interviews, and the second the interview got to like a thing that he didn't really like, he'd be like, why don't you just kiss me?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what? No, Richard,
Yeah,
I can't.
well,
Oh, okay, well then shut up.
I demand it.
If your lips aren't kissing, they shouldn't be moving.
Yeah, I think he said something like that.
He rhymed a lot. He used to rhyme a lot.
He was when my dad had a conversation with me about gay. I was a Macy's Thanksgiving parade. And he was giving an interview. My dad told the story. He tried to change the subject. He was talking with not Al Roker, the other guy. My dad will remember the name, Pops Crowder. He's sitting there. They go, tell us about this.
I know
he goes,
I
this is my
did.
new recipe book, Sweetie Pie, and these are my low-fat peanut butter cookies, and they're really good. And I'm sitting there watching. And I notice something's off, but I don't know what it is. And my dad's like, hey, look, the Kermit float is a leak. I'm like, no, Dad, why does he talk like a woman? My dad's like, well, he has sex with men. So that's why I do what I do. And I do it every day at 11 a.m. The best way to follow us here is download the Rumble app. Download the Rumble app and follow me on there. You don't have to worry about the algorithmic overlords canceling anyone here. And, we're live 11 a.m. on weekdays, but it also lets you know if we're doing some special streams. Best way to stay in touch. Okay, let's move on to this next one. This radio host, so Stephanie Miller. And I remember Stephanie Miller because she, I believe, was on Air America, the failed liberal version when they were trying to compete with Rush Limbaugh. And I guess she's still around. So Stephanie Miller literally licked the feet, of Jasmine Crockett.
Low power mode.
And just kind of as an aside, Stephanie from Full House was also there. So that's cool.
That's sick. Is that the one whose mom
Throw the
cheated
plate
to get
away.
her into college?
No, that's a different one. But she was the one who did heroin and has nice set.
Oh, that's the better one.
So here is Miller confirming that
You
this
want your
actually
phone, Mama?
happened. It's not AI or a Photoshop.
Representative, can you
Yeah,
confirm
give
I
Mom.
just kissed your sneakers?
Yeah, give Mom her phone.
This is
Give Mom the phone.
She's a future senator of the great state of Texas.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but the reaction online is exactly what you would probably expect.
Paused it for too long.
I think she's off the wagon.
Yeah. It's one of those things like the left, look, everyone has a God-shaped hole in their soul, and the left tries to fill it with anyone. That's why they have the hero worship. That's why you see the hero. That's why you see people like Mao. That's why you see people like Stalin. And then you just sort of reduce it a little bit, and you look at the left and how they worship, they venerate these people who just, look, they don't care about them. I think
sure if you're
Donald
gonna
Trump
make your own dough or not.
President. We'll get to some of his shortcomings this week, but I'm not going to kiss his shoes. Plus, he's a germaphobe.
That's true. It'd be very
What are
embarrassing.
you doing? What's that, incense? That's
Yeah, we're
gross.
bland.
Frankincense? Who
It
uses
was
that
bland.
anymore?
No, kissing shoes,
You guys were
kissing
saying,
feet is a subservient
right?
behavior.
Yeah.
It's like you're saying you are.
You need to
above
coat the
me,
whole
you're on an
dough in
altar, then
garlic
I
powder
kiss.
or garlic powder.
Ask for blessings by touching your, I don't know.
And I can't think of
onion.
anyone
We don't
less
do this.
worthy of
This already has
exaltation
seasoning on
than
it.
Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
So
Lick my bunions.
You don't need a knife when you get to the corns, bitch.
The sauce is really good though. You're still using that squeeze butter sauce, right? That's really good.
so disgusting.
What are we doing?
He's embodying her spirit.
Yeah.
Because her soul is ugly.
You have to be so loud.
Just exposing himself.
I'm filling her hole, that God-shaped hole. The God-shaped hole.
I'll tell you what.
Will do.
She can also fill it with swag. What's the cringiest thing that you've seen a politician do or someone do with a politician? I still say it's Nancy Pelosi with the Kwanzaa scarf.
That's pretty bad.
That one was pretty bad. Where she had to, she was kneeling and she had to be helped up.
She had to use life alert. I've knelt and I can't get up.
Yeah. It's like she looked around. She's like, "This isn't my bathtub with a door."
The guy crying on George Floyd's couch.
Yeah, the mayor.
That was pretty bad.
bad.
He just won again.
That's right.
Good for him.
Yeah.
What a loser.
It's
he beat the Somali.
It's pretty tough. Well, good for him. You know, I don't know if you know, Somalians are pretty easy to beat.
It's true.
They're usually starving. Hey, you know how you know how a lot of shows out there they do like super chats on YouTube? Well, we don't do that. First off, we're also demonetized on YouTube. We don't have you send us super chats and send us money. You can either join Rumble Premium or not, but we do give you free stuff. We treat you like the lady. Well, no, you doing pole dancing is an art. Pole dancing her way through college. It's time for reverse super chat. And this is really ridiculous.
Whoa!
This is not what you would be getting. It's because we drink so much coffee here at the office. This comes from Blackout Coffee. They are sending 50 free Rumble Premium subscriptions. Just gifted in the chat. And by the way, it's the Strange Animal Brew. It is my blend. It's what we use here in the office. Spend a lot of time on this. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Crowder. Use the promo code Crowder for 20% off. Let me know what you think of it. Works great, by the way, as an espresso or as a drip coffee. And send me your post if you got a free. That is heavy. What is this?
That's a 5-pound bag.
It's fitting that it's called the Strange Animal Brew because that looks like dog food. It looks like
It does look like dog food.
Put it back up there. No, I mean, it's just let's see this thing. It's gigantic.
It is.
It's a workout, bud.
We drink a lot of medicine ball. Oh my gosh. It smells good. Here, look. Let me
toss it over.
I
can handle it.
It's gonna knock the camera over.
Like a cannon.
Oh yeah. You know what? This is big enough and good enough. I can sleep with
pillow.
this.
Use as a pillow.
Get
Yeah,
down.
when I'm on the road and I
Stop
my
bullying
wife's not there, I
Gabe.
go, oh, don't worry.
It's like my coffee buddy.
Yeah, here, Gerald, catch.
No.
This has been Reverse Super Chat.
Oh,
Do it.
Holy
I prop that up in fourth chair. It's got his
Stop
own chair.
riling
I'm at
him
the
up.
point here in my career. I'm like, you know what? I don't.
Stop being riled up.
If someone wants to come on to do coffee, I want to do my own blend or same thing.
Yeah,
It's like, you know what? Supplement companies, no. I'm gonna do my own, and hey, let the chips fall where they may.
Hold on, guys. Can you send us a 10-pound bag? Do they make those?
Well, they will for us.
20-pound bag. Let's do it.
I want it just to keep getting bigger.
Please, guys, send us the world's largest bag of coffee.
Yes.
Yes, please.
And then we'll call Guinness. We'll get in that book.
Yes. Do they still do that? Remember that show, Guinness Book of World Records?
I don't know if it's a show. They do a book though.
Yeah.
No, there was a show.
Don't do the book.
I didn't know
Right.
that.
Oh, there was a show. It was that old football guy? The guy who was a quarterback
or whatever.
He was a quarterback. Anyway,
There's a lot of them.
he was
That
a
was for free,
quarterback.
believe it or
Gerald.
not.
I don't know.
All right, don't
Used
worry
to
about
have a show.
name jokes later on.
Oh yeah. Don't worry,
We made sure
Gerald.
Gerald didn't see it.
Go Irish.
Okay, so
Don't honor that.
President Trump. Look, I don't want the guy impeached nor executed, as I made very, very clear with Dave Smith and the people who were calling for his impeachment and execution. And yes, that's a real thing. They said execution for war crimes to be buried beneath the prison. I don't agree. I think he's been mostly, and you guys let me know, I think he's been mostly a pretty damn good president. But there are some head scratchers here these last couple of weeks. And as always, we make the references available, links in the description. If you disagree with any of my positions, please do engage in the chat. I'd love to talk with you. I would love to see someone steelman the mortgage issue.
Yeah.
And I would love to see someone steelman the Chinese exchange student. I don't get it. I don't see any possible path to arguing how it benefits America. If we're talking about make America great again, MAGA, well, what? The first one I kind of get, because you'll still have some people who've come over from the Bernie Bro coalition and they vote exclusively in their own selfish interests. But I would say that this is a mistake. So a proposed policy from President Trump, a $2,000 payment to lower middle-income Americans generated from tariff revenue.
Over the weekend, President Trump posted a proposal on Truth Social suggesting Americans could receive payments of up to $2,000 from the administration's tariffs. He addressed this earlier today from the Oval Office.
One of the things we're going to do, we're going to issue a dividend to our middle-income people and lower-income people of about $2,000, and we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing.
Now, this one I understand. I don't agree with it. I understand because it's a way of drawing attention to the fact that the tariffs have generated a ton of revenue.
Yeah.
I think that's why he wants to do it. And of course, during this sort of standoff with the shutdown, it's saying, hey, I'm looking out for working class Americans. And by the way, we're able to do this because the tariffs that these elitists opposed and said would obviously irreparably damage the country. Hey, look, here's a check. I get it. This one, I understand. It's not conservative. It's not right wing in any way. I hate it when the left redistributes wealth in order to buy votes. This is a hard pass for me. Anyone?
Less good Trump. Yeah, I'm also not sure if it's enough money to do that and to pay down some of the deficit, or at least a significant portion of the deficit.
Right.
To, justify it.
I think everything that we should be doing right now is actually fixing the problems instead of just kind of putting a Band-Aid on it. Like you said, this is for votes. I don't like doing that. And I also think like you have to get serious about
understand
debt
why
and the
they just
deficit.
don't reinvest that
get
money
serious
that
about
they've
that.
gotten from
Stop
tariffs
doing
in the
that, 'cause they
stock
did the
market.
exact same
Make some
thing.
money.
Remember when they were talking about doing a Doge kind of dividend?
Yeah.
So would
Because
that
they
be
called it-
insider
they're like,
trading?
maybe we'll send a Doge dividend. And everyone's like, what? No, we don't want. No, it's supposed to cut spending.
I would love that idea if we didn't have $40 trillion in debt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I might be.
It's
up there, but-
37, 38 right now.
Pretty close.
If it wasn't that, if it was, maybe a couple trillion, maybe I'd be okay with it. But
There was a Price is Right rule, so you went over. So Gerald wins this one.
Okay.
As much as it pains me. It also brings me to, by the way, next Monday will be another Change My Mind on ending SNAP. And this has nothing to do with the shutdown. I just think we should end it. I think it's a failed program.
Yep.
And
I think it needs
I had people sit down, and this goes back to inviting Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens on, where people go, well, if we didn't give so much money to Israel, then we could afford it. I go, well, first off, that's incorrect. Okay, $3 to $4 billion. Cut it to Israel. $3 to $4 billion in aid, right? Military aid and foreign aid. Cut it to Israel. Cut it to all those countries. Stop funding all sides of the war in that cesspool of a region. Okay, I agree with you. But SNAP is anywhere from $100 to $130 billion a year. $9 billion alone spent on sugary drinks. So 3 times the amount that we send to Israel annually is spent on Coca-Cola and Fanta on SNAP each year.
Yeah.
And so if all of this infighting is going to be about that funding, I think we remove that and go, okay, great, remove it, fine.
Done.
That should be enough, done. Let's deal with the real problem, though, as far as our spending. Let's deal with the real problem as far as the entitlements in this country. And I think a lot of this has been a distraction. Next policy, because there's not a whole lot more to say about that. You either support giving away people's money to someone else or you don't. I don't. The proposal of 50-year mortgages. So government-sponsored enterprise, you've heard the term GSE. That's what it means. Government-sponsored enterprises like Freddie Mac would support 50-year mortgages to purchase single-family homes. This has been floated by President Trump and just seems like a terrible idea.
This 50-year mortgage idea.
Like the 20-year car
a
loan.
significant MAGA backlash, calling it a giveaway to the banks and simply prolonging the time it would take for Americans to own a home outright. Is that really a good idea?
It's not even a big deal. I mean, you go from 40 to 50 years, and what it means is you pay something less from 30.
40.
Then some people had a 40, and then now they have a 50.
No, didn't.
All it means is you pay less per month. You pay it over a longer period of time. It's not like a big factor. It might help a little bit.
Yeah, so the current max that, at least that I'm aware of, 30-year mortgages. And I'll also say this is something where it shows how Donald Trump sometimes has a blind spot. I think he was under the impression that this was going to be a largely friendly interview. And so he didn't prepare the same way that he would when he's ready to deal with opposition. Just, it could be, well, you could go from 40 to 50. Well, it's 30. 20-year difference, that's a big difference.
Yeah.
I understand how this seems nice, and this is the problem with populism if it's not tied to some kind of, deeply rooted principle. Now, it doesn't mean that you just cling to your principles and say, hey, like libertarians, let's legalize all drugs and have open borders and war shouldn't exist. Okay, cool. We also have to have a system of government, and we have to have a form of governance that is appropriate, that's in line with the Constitution, also serves the interests of the American people above all else, above any other people, to be clear. But this kind of ties into a $2,000 check, just pandering for votes. So people go, well, that's great. It'll make it more affordable. First off, not really. And I'll offer a solution, by the way, that may help a little bit more. So here's how it won't really help. You just have a slightly lower monthly payment, right? You'd build equity a whole lot slower, and you'd end up paying a whole lot more over time. One could argue that this is really sort of a kickback to the big banks because they would love for you to pay these rates. They would love for you to continue to be enslaved into debt. So let me give you an example, like a $400,000 home with, let's say, 10% down at 6.25% financing. Just giving you a general, these numbers you can find out there. So a 30-year mortgage, your monthly payment would be about $2,200. So the total cost of your home with interest would be about $798,000, call it $800,000. A 50-year mortgage, you'd be paying about $250 less per month, about $1,960. But the total cost of the home with that interest would be $1.18 million, $380,000 more. And I want to be clear about something. A lot of people think that real estate is the best investment there is. They go, well, you always make money. Well, first off, that's not true. It's better to invest if you can in many scenarios than rent, sure. But if you're paying this kind of an interest rate, you sort of lose that. You're not paying the money away, but your house may not appreciate to the cost that you're paying, and you're not getting that equity.
It's not appreciating.
Yeah, it's a policy that would encourage financial irresponsibility on behalf of many Americans. And let me tell you something. You know what would really help? The numbers that we know anywhere, I've seen them as low as 30, 35 million illegal aliens. I've seen it as high as 55. Let's call it 40-something million illegal aliens in this country. Get rid of them.
Oh, yeah. Open up the housing market.
Get rid of them. Guess what? That would free up a lot of homes right now. So right now what you're talking about doing is we have a housing crisis. Let's just artificially, effectively, increase demand. Well, no. We either need to increase supply, either we need to build more homes, or we need more homes to be available. Well, you could free up a lot of homes if you no longer have people who are competing, illegal aliens, by the way, who often work off the books and have more disposable income because they don't have to pay taxes. That would give a lot of Americans more access to these homes. How about that? It's not just, and the left will say, they just try and other people and they just try and demonize one group of people. No. They shouldn't be here, period. So I don't need to demonize them. They are here illegally. But in this case, there is a direct correlation. And you know where you really saw it? Used cars during COVID.
Yeah, 100%. You can see the same kind of thing with education. When the government steps in and essentially does something they think will try to help, it gets priced in. It's going to get priced in homes too. All of a sudden it's like, oh, well, people are going to save a little bit of money. Maybe they can afford a little bit more home. My price is going to go up a little bit because demand is going to go up. So I don't think this solves any of the problem. It doesn't sound like a good idea for anybody. And paying almost 100% more interest over the life of a loan, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it helps with the rate of interest.
No, it doesn't, and it'll probably increase the price of homes because you'll have a lot of people now going, well, I can afford that monthly.
Now.
So now more people go out and buy a home that if it's close, if you're cutting it close, that means you can't afford it. And I will say, we can maybe roll that clip, Ben Shapiro's quote now, and it could be taken out of context, this idea that, well, if you can't afford to live in New York, then you really should leave New York. I understand the point he's making. It is very tone deaf. It is very tone deaf. It's very tone deaf. I say you should leave New York because it's a communist hellhole. Okay, and I think that the people have voted for that. Enough people have voted for it where it's beyond repair. But this idea that it's incumbent upon you to simply move to a new municipality when you're facing the result of policy that has led to the cost of living problems. No, it is incumbent upon the people who represent the American people to be more responsible with policy. And whether you're looking at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, awful. Whether you're looking at Obamacare, which we'll get to, awful. Or a 50-year mortgage, it is a bad policy. It will incentivize bad decisions. And the people who would be most happy about this would be big banks and the too big to fail firms, the BlackRocks, the State Streets, the Vanguards, who want to purchase up homes so that they can sell them to you or rent them to you. These people are the ones who are holding all the leverage. This is a terrible idea, in my opinion.
That's a really bad Trump.
And it just doesn't seem in line with Make America Great Again. It doesn't seem in line with Put America First. And these days, the younger generation absolutely does have it hardest when looking to purchase a home and get a good rate.
Yeah.
Yo, what up, fam? It's your boy D-Day, holding it down, know what I'm saying? Yeah, and you already know what time it is. New mixtape out, and you already know this new joint is a banger, you feel me? But it ain't like my old stuff, know what I mean? Nah, I had to dig deep on this one. I had to dig deep inside of me and pull out that inner Usher, you feel me? Had to pull out my inner T-Pain for that smooth R&B sound, for that, hey girl, you know your body's like a mountain, it's tall and bumpy.
Daryl, stop pretending you're from Detroit to clean this litter box.
Dad, I'm trying to lay down a track, and stop calling me Daryl.
Okay, Motown. When you're done, come back to Meowtown and clean up this stupid cat's box.
Her name is Mittens. How many times I gotta tell you? Mittens. God, always tripping, man.
I don't care what her name is. You and this damn cat have to find your own place.
You know how hard it is to find a rental that allows cats, Dad?
Be a man. Buy a house. Call American Financing for crying out loud.
You know I ain't got no more minutes on my phone plan. You know that.
Your mother added some more this morning.
Damn right. That hoe better have my minutes.
What did you say about your mother?
Nothing. I didn't say nothing, man.
Call the pros at American Financing today at 1-800-974-6500 or visit www.americanfinancing.net/Crowder. NMLS 182334. If you start today, you may even delay up to 2 mortgage payments.
Mittens.
Mittens.
I love it.
Damn, Dad.
Get that 50-year loan.
Can't wait till we get that crossover with D-Day and Colton Wade. It's what I live for. Anything else anyone want to say on the mortgages? No? Okay.
Seems like a bad idea.
All right.
No, it's a bad idea.
Okay. Let's get to the Chinese.
Oh, boy.
Chinese mortgages?
Yeah.
Can I make one clarification about the
600 million.
These are not foreign exchange students. These are just like full-time, visa students coming over here.
You're right.
We're not exchanging anything. There's
all
less
right.
than 1,000.
Admonish me.
Not me.
Admonish me. I deserve it.
Admonish.
I use the term because that's how people might know it. But you're right. There are only about 1,000 American students studying in China.
Yeah.
And the proposal from President Trump here is that we should have like 600,000 Chinese studying here at our universities. And here's something that I don't know who is in President Trump's ear. And I know that we've never had President Trump on the show, and I know that I know, by the way, some of the grievances from people like Tucker Carlson or people like Candace Owens are correct. There's a lot of gatekeeping that goes on. These are bad ideas. So 600,000 Chinese students here. Can anyone tell me how that is good for America? Because if we're talking about work visas, I do understand there's a scenario where it's appropriate. For example, someone like an Elon Musk. If there's someone who is hyperly skilled, who is going to be a player on the world stage, well, you want them playing for Team United States. I understand that. Or if certainly in film, this happens a lot. If you need Tom Hardy, you need Pierce Brosnan, you need to bring him in. Especially if there's a series here. I get that. But students, you are now training up the younger generation of a foreign adversary so that they will be competitive with you in the workplace. It doesn't make sense at this stage in the development of a human being. We shouldn't be training and making our enemies stronger than they would be without this policy. And here is President Trump giving this interview with Laura Ingraham. And everything he says, I just don't think he's aware that he's communicating it in the opposite way that people are hearing it.
You've said as many as 600,000 Chinese students could come to the United States. Why, sir, is that a pro-MAGA position when so many American kids
only
want to go to school
I thought it was 600 million.
and there
I
are
was like,
places not
Chinese
for
people
them,
from
and
the
these
United
universities
States.
are getting rich off Chinese money?
Sure. Never said about China, but we do have a lot of people coming in from China. We always have. China and other countries. We also have a massive system of colleges and universities. And if we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people
charge them
happy,
extra
you would
because
have
they're out of
half the
state,
colleges
they're out
in
of
the
country.
United States go out of business.
So what?
Great! Well, I think that's a big deal.
Are they fans
You would
of-
have the
fans of the
historically,
United States?
Yeah, but you would have, as you know, historically black colleges and universities would all be out of business.
Why?
You would have a system of colleges and universities. Would
So
go
we're
down the
dependent on
tubes.
China to keep
No,
our
not
university
China,
system
but
going?
I think it's good to have. I actually think it's good to have outside countries. Look, I want to be able to get along with
They're
you.
not the French. They're the Chinese. They spy on us. They steal our intellectual property.
Screw the French too.
Yeah.
Really? I don't know. I'll tell you, I'm not so sure. We've had a lot of problems with the French, where we get taxed very unfairly on our technology, where they put 25% taxes on American products. Half of the students from all over the world that are coming into our country destroy our entire university and college system. I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't lose any.
And don't forget, MAGA was my idea. MAGA was nobody else's idea. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else, and MAGA wants to see our country thrive.
You want to bet? Yeah, we want to see our country thrive, but you still have failed to make the case as to why we would thrive, why we would be
You
better
charge
off
more
with
for international students.
more communist students coming over here.
Well, because the historically black colleges and universities would fail if they didn't have Chinese students.
2% of these colleges?
Or less.
The black colleges need the Chinese students.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine,
Well.
I guess. Can anyone make the case? Because he didn't make it just there.
Yeah.
And he even insisted that Ivy League universities love this idea, citing the recently renamed Rail University and their new fight song.
Rail.
We've been working on the railroad all the wrong day. I'm working.
And most upset, of course, is Captain Morgan here. Don't even get us started on Notre Dame.
That's funny.
The fighting
Chinese.
orange.
If they can pronounce the R's.
We
it's fine.
fight wrong time. we don't win
all of you.
football in decade.
Oh, pass it to my tight end.
That's right. Yeah, put it in tight end.
Yeah, please keep making fun of me for getting a free education.
Yeah, you a fullback asshole. So let me just be really clear with you. Chinese students not only don't deserve this and we don't benefit from it, they're a national security threat. So let me give you a few examples here. Check the references link in the description. At U of M, you had many instances of students trying to smuggle in crop fungus. That doesn't seem like it has a place in the science lab. Again, at U of M, you had that student charged for illegally voting, and his vote still counted. And again, at U of M, 5 students were charged with spy activities at Camp Grayling. Again, most of these are the Chinese. Chicago, Chinese electrical engineering student there was convicted for spying for the CCP. At UCLA, there was a math student who transferred sensitive tech to the
Yeah, here it is. Federal agents arrested a University of Michigan scholar from China on charges she tried to smuggle a biological pathogen into the United States, characterized as a potential agricultural terrorism weapon that can be used for targeting food crops.
PLA. And then, of course, you have Swalwell's favorite Fang Fang, the one he was not banging, just to be clear, not having sex with a Chinese spy, Eric Swalwell. There's no record of it. There's no proof of it. Eric Swalwell has not slept with Chinese spies and still seems to hold office. I just want to be very, very clear. I think we're covered by my half-Asian lawyer. Remember, Fang Fang started her spying career while enrolled at Cal State East Bay. So, like, there's a long-standing history of the Chinese taking advantage of our system and sending spies over here. Not to mention this. Let me ask you this. Do you think that having more Chinese students coming here, do you think that that lowers tuition costs?
No, I think it puts more money into the pocket of the universities.
Do you think that it provides more opportunities for American students to study? Or do you think they take those spots?
No,
This
I think
policy
we
is
waste,
basically,
I think we're meant to waste the time of the Chinese liberal arts degrees and convert them into, liberal arts and teach them the freedom of America in a way and make them revolt in China. I think that's kind of the goal of it, especially the next generation, where they're getting more tired of Xi Jinping's policies and other crap that he's been doing.
We're going to be educating our primary geopolitical rival, basically people from a communist nation, so that we'll have to compete with them in the tech and workspace later on. And the reason for it is...
Go. None. It doesn't make any sense. Listen, there's an AI race right now that is absolutely imperative for the United States to win. It is national security implications. Matt, that's why you saw Sam Altman, Elon Musk, all these guys, Jeff Bezos, going and talking and
Robot-y. Very robot-y. I don't know what's happening.
saying, hey, the government has to do something. Why would we take the one country that can beat us in this race and educate their kids so that they have a better chance? Why would we do that? Lane made a great point. He's like, how many students do you think we would have been comfortable letting in during the Cold War from Russia?
Right.
How many?
Right.
Probably not a lot. What the hell are we doing? And these are new every single year. This is not a total number. I think this is 300,000 over 2 years of new students.
Yeah,
it's not
because
like there's just 600,000.
It's more than what's like currently enrolled, I believe.
Yes.
And I don't think that the premise that half of America's colleges and universities would go out of business when they're spending tons of money on rejection letters every
There's a
year.
lot of colleges.
Well, I didn't get any.
I also, by the way, I also don't care. I guess I would only support it if this was all just a ploy and we were educating the Chinese students wrong.
Maybe that's a
like,
good,
hey, welcome
yes.
to this
There you
new
go.
engineering class. I present your professor, Terrence Howard.
Okay, fine. Maybe if there is a little subterfuge going on. I don't know.
He's more like a quantum physics theory guy.
2 times 2 is 5. I learn America. 2 times 2 is 5. Crying black man, say. So not great Trump. Let's rate that one. That's not so great Donald Trump.
Not less good.
Yeah, less good Trump. But here's one that's good. Here's one that is good. A new order says that visas can be denied for certain health conditions. By the way, any way you can deny visas, I'm on board with that. The health conditions can include obesity, diabetes, mental health. The feminist trifecta. My verdict here is good Trump. That's good Trump. That one's pretty base. Good for him.
I don't have a good Trump.
We don't have a good Trump? Come on.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
That works.
Thank you very much.
That works. That's a good thing. Hey, why should we be bringing in anyone who's fat, diabetic, and mentally unwell?
unstable?
Well, I don't know about the fat thing, but definitely mentally unstable.
Well, again, the
fat thing seems personal.
They're gross. Ew. No, but we'll get to Obamacare. They're a burden on the healthcare system. So you're bringing in people who will be taking advantage
See,
of our
I
social
think
services.
this from the mind state of like, oh, we're not giving healthcare to people who don't live here, right?
Right. Yeah.
I'm
Exactly.
here. We're not giving that. Oh,
You're being logical.
That's where I mess up.
Hey, speaking of logical,
Yeah,
I do
but we
want
can
to
give CDLs
make
to them.
a quick announcement here. Is people often talk about big tech, and we've been at the forefront of this for a long time. Thank you so much, by the way, for your support. OG Mug Club members, now
I'll
Mug
take my
Club is
drink
Rumble
back.
Premium, Rumble Premium is Mug Club. We're funded by this. I had some people that changed my mind come up and go, where do you get your funding? Like the answer is going to be the Jews or Qatar. I'm like, viewers.
From Satan.
Yeah, it is
Let me take
literally
it.
from viewers and
Mohammed
like
bin Salman, yeah.
look
one
like you're
sponsor a
struggling.
day. But the vast majority for the
Push your arm
entirety
forward. There you go.
of this company's history has been you, and we're incredibly grateful for that. Rumble, though, has actually been at the forefront fighting back against big tech. For a long time, people would say, well, why don't you go create your own YouTube? And it was just so pie in the sky. Well, the infrastructure that's required, Rumble's been doing that. And yesterday, actually, the CEO there, Mr.
Rumble's doing well.
Brassballs himself, Chris Pavlovsky, announced a massive new $100 million advertising commitment from Tether.
Oh, wow.
And that's a big deal. Remember Diageo saying, hey, we won't advertise on Rumble at all unless you remove Steven Crowder, to which he told them to go screw themselves with a wire brush. This is a big deal. This creates another ecosystem where people like you and people of differing points of view can actually sustain themselves. Also, a major announcement, Rumble acquired the AI cloud company Northern Data.
Yeah, for about $1 billion, $787 million, 767. Lots of money.
And let me tell you why this is important, because Rumble was a media platform. But they really do have this vision, and they're getting really close to it. It's a freedom-first ecosystem, which is going to include not only free speech on Rumble, as you guys know, but freedom of transaction with stable coins tied to the U.S. dollar, right, when you're talking about crypto. Cloud data centers that won't deplatform you for wrongthink. Remember when Amazon went down and people didn't realize how many sites were affected because they thought, hey, it's just a bookstore.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
Yeah, it was.
That's like
It used to be a
my
bookstore.
grandparents like, Amazon, that bookstore. You're like, sure.
the same thing.
And then they also have a vision for encrypted browsing, messaging, AI in the future. AI is one of the worst offenders as far as collecting your data, sending it off, invading your privacy. There'll be an entire ecosystem completely independent from what used to have basically a tripopoly, right? It used to be YouTube, Google, Facebook, Meta, and once upon a time, Twitter. That is being broken up in real time, and Rumble is at the forefront. So we're incredibly grateful, happy, and guys, sign up if you're not there on Rumble Premium, and go check out all the products that they're offering, because it's a big deal. And in the wake of this news, YouTube is actually, of course, doubling down on their censorship policies.
Oh man.
There is a plague on YouTube and growing, where people feel free to express their opinions slandering their elected officials and political leaders, and we must take this on at once. These videos will not be allowed to stand. They must be demonetized. That's bullshit! Bullshit! Demonetize these videos. If you see something, it is your duty to create a wonderful and new YouTube to inform the authorities and demonetize bullshit!
Wow.
Really passionate guy.
Oh, no, you were mentioning there's 20% off Crowder Shop for Veterans Day.
Site-wide 20% off, no promo code needed. Go to
Very nice.
crowdershop.com right now for Veterans Day. 20% off. Get the Just Jewett shirt.
Yeah, why not?
Nobody will know what to
Just
think
do
of
it.
you. They'll either hate you or love you and
It
probably
looks
be
like
wrong.
you're wearing a tiny shirt, Gerald.
Yes, it does.
Oh.
That's cute.
Well, he's been working out. He wants to wear the extra small. By the way, we were going to do a review, but we won't have time on Mug Club Rumble Premium today. Frankenstein, you didn't watch it. Josh did. But we saw House of Dynamite?
Dynamite, yeah.
Yeah, we saw that. You saw it. You liked it because
I did.
You're retarded.
Not so much.
And let us know which one you want us to review. We'll do it tomorrow. Or we could do a double feature. We could do a double feature.
Hey!
Double
Okay.
feature.
I'll give it a watch tonight.
Do I have to watch the crappy Frankenstein movie?
Yep.
Well, don't call it crappy.
It's
As
no
far as-
Transformers 4,
I mean,
is what
yeah.
he says.
That's not even the worst movie I've recommended for you. What was that, like a biopic on somebody? I can't remember what it was.
Brokeback.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was a biopic on him.
Yeah, right.
Like, I just see so much of myself.
Oh, it's Biggie.
In that tent.
It was an HBO version of like the life story of Biggie Smalls.
It was terrible.
bad.
What were we going to say, John?
I was going to say he's calling it a crappy Frankenstein as compared to what? The other Frankenstein movies?
Yeah, the other crappy
What's
Frankenstein
your
movies.
order of Frankenstein? Is number one Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein?
I don't have
Actually,
an
that's
order.
not. That one's not bad.
It's not bad.
But Young Frankenstein's
Young
good.
Frank-
Well, that one's actually
Young
fun.
Frankenstein's
Yeah.
good, but
Yeah, I don't know what Gerald's saying. He makes no sense. We just sort of include him to
Oh,
cleanse the palate
Gerald.
as it comes to
Poor
film reviews,
Gerald.
because everyone knows that whatever he says, they do the opposite. It's sort of like the Rotten Tomato critic meter,
Yeah.
where it's like if it has a high critic
Wait.
review and a low audience score, Gerald is that human version.
I'm like the Jim Cramer of movie reviews. You just do exactly the opposite of what I tell you.
You're like Roger Ebert post Jaw.
I'm not sure what that means, but it doesn't sound nice.
Yeah, he was a prick.
You're
All
better
right.
than that, Stephen.
So the government shutdown. Hey, did you guys know this?
Basically, almost over.
It's like ending, kind of. Did you wonder, hey, what was the point of all of this? And we want to get into specifically
There was no
Obamacare,
point.
right? We've talked
Hakeem
about this. This
Jeffries
was
is still being
largely
an
about,
idiot on X.
Healthcare, benefits, subsidies, also extending to illegal aliens. But Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, let me know, comment if you guys were, I know many of you were too young to be around for that. That was a big, it was a central fight. And the
I was
results are in,
young, but I do
and
remember
they're bad. And people were
that it
telling you
was
back
not
then that
good.
it would be bad. And I don't know if you remember this, but people back then saying this is going to be a disaster for the United States, they were silenced with, you're racist. So there's nothing new under the sun. After the latest Senate vote, looks like the shutdown, though, is nearing its end.
After 41 days, the longest government shutdown in U.S. history may soon be over. The Senate passing a bipartisan bill to reopen the government. It'll go to the House later this week,
Love to
and
agree on
if
the
it
side.
passes, things could be back up and running soon.
The longest government shutdown in U.S. history may finally be coming to
Where's
an
the
end.
happy number guy?
amended is passed.
The Senate passing a bipartisan bill tonight to reopen the government after 8 senators who caucus with Democrats broke with their party Sunday night to support a short-term funding bill that would reopen the government through January 30th.
And for those of you wondering, yes, the anchor at the beginning of that clip, it is the guy from this.
Texas rat snakes are going to be one of the largest snakes that you find in the Metroplex area.
I love it. I still love it. Some kind of a lizard? I don't
That's
remember.
funny.
Yeah.
He's just a lizard, maybe a gecko.
It's like
a little anole.
Maybe not freak out like that. That's not a snake.
He's an icon. He's been around for a long time, and he's
Yes.
still there, and we appreciate it.
He loves his job.
So the deal right now, it includes government funding through January. It includes program-specific funding for things like SNAP, and then, of course, the Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. You read it as ACA on social media. Those subsidies, well, the vote for that is going to be held in December. As we know it right now, things obviously are subject to change. And of course, with the government potentially reopening, the left melted down as you would expect.
Look, don't let them spin you. The Democrats caved. Just
There he is.
promise to pick it up and maybe vote on it in December.
I want an opposition party. I think the Democrats caved. I think the Democrats let down the American people. Shame on the Democrats. It's for even believing that the Republicans will, even vote on it. I think Chuck Schumer, his days are over.
Yeah, probably.
Believe it. They caved on the shutdown.
Tonight, 8 Democrats voted with the Republicans to allow them to go forward.
Wait, who was
on this,
keeping the government shutdown?
resolution? And to my mind, this was a very, very bad vote.
Well, there you have it. Democrats just caved and bent the knee to Donald Trump and the
This
Republicans.
idiot.
The government has been shut down for 40 days, but Democrats just allowed them to do it. We allowed them. We bent the knee, we caved. It is pathetic.
This was such a big cave by the Democrats. Bruce Wayne offered to buy it.
Did the Democrats cave at least?
Wow. They all have the same talking point.
To eventually move on to vote
Who
to
is this
reopen
guy?
government. In short, I think the answer is for sure yes. The long-term gain, which is being able to ensure those ACA subsidies, would have been worth it. But instead, it looks like the pain got too great, and they're going to get promised a vote, assuming that Republicans actually follow through on their promise this time. So I think they did.
Yeah, they'll vote on it. They'll probably
the
vote
Democratic
no.
base has a right to be upset here.
I like Trump's idea.
You mean your colleague?
Like just giving each individual that uses healthcare from the government the money to pay to the insurance company instead of giving it directly to the insurance company.
Colleagues. Mr. I was a Republican.
Yes.
But by the way, I'll extend that invitation. Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Tucker Carlson, Guinness Owens, Kinzinger.
Don't.
Come on. Yes. Come on.
I hate that man.
It's not right to hate.
I
Gerald.
know, but this is righteous anger, my friend. Okay, I have made a choice.
I'll tell you why I hate this. This is a post on X because the left, just like this is why I told you back today was you're racist if you don't support Obamacare. This is Don Winslow blaming the defecting Democrats, not just for caving, but for being specifically white. He wrote this. He wrote, yeah, and yes, by the way, he wrote them as separate lines, just so you know. That's why I'll be spacing this out, listening on audio. He wrote, 8 white, old senators, not one person of color among them, lied and effed over IMO, the American people. Millions and millions will lose their health care because of these old 8 white people. This isn't just a bad decision. These are really bad people. Learn their names.
Yeah,
Okay.
Fetterman's gonna get reelected.
All right, so it's got.
Because
So
of
I
this.
guess this assumes that.
And he's been consistent
black
with it.
people are more
Remember,
likely to be on
Pennsylvania is a
subsidized
purple
healthcare.
state. It's not red or blue.
Okay, all right.
It's
So
really
there's
mixed.
nothing new. Before it was LGBTQ phobic, transphobic. It's racism. It's sexism. It's just all so tiresome. So let's look at what the shutdown was specifically about. Obamacare subsidies.
Yep.
Right. The left, they were demanding.
Yep. And then it was about starving people because the Democrat Party was willing to go that far. Go as far enough to hold everybody hostage and try to starve people. Not really starve. It wouldn't have actually starved, but yeah, but they had soup kitchens and everything else running like crazy left and right. So like people choose to starve in America. It's not really common for anybody to be malnourished, like horribly malnourished in America. when you have soup kitchens everywhere, or you can go to some places they have free meals and stuff like that. They'll do. Go to the bathroom. We'll finish this. What are you doing, babies? I see you all the way over there. How you doing? You okay? Cool. Take your hand and get away. That's a shirt. Pretty good aim though. He didn't hit me on my lap with it. He hit my pillow that time. Now it's lost. I agree with most of what he's saying. Trump didn't do a very good job of explaining the 600,000 Asians coming in. I get it. International students have to pay more. It's more money coming in, basically like tourists in a way. But also you can kind of pervert them with, instead of communist ideologies, they get to learn about the liberal arts in America, which you see how our students have turned out. So maybe that'll happen to their students. But yeah, everything else I'm kind of meh. The $2,000, yeah, it would be nice to have $2,000, but I think it's better to pay down the debt. And what else? And the mortgage, the 50-year mortgage, that's whatever. I mean, people have 20-year car loans now. They're going to do 40-year mortgages. Yeah. Yeah, he was saying about just giving the people the money instead of the insurance companies. That's a great idea. It'll actually make insurance premiums go down. Yep. Yeah, I prefer that instead of it going directly to the insurance companies before anybody even buys, like, selects insurance. Yep. Yeah, agreed.
Demanding that these subsidies be extended. Okay, and the Trump budget, the bill, big beautiful bill, would.
I had saw about that earlier. I'm sure he's talking about that now, though.
And bring up the premium increase here. Yeah, you guys can see that the increase.
Yeah, it went
this year
crazy.
Would be like with subsidies, it would be 26%. Without subsidies, it would go up 114%. That's what we're looking at.
Wow. Over double. Jeez.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
That's because there's no competition in
was
insurance.
BS from the start. It was a Trojan horse.
Yep.
Everyone back then who was still the people who are still here, but there were people fighting back then. Some of us are still around. We were blowing the whistle,
I knew
telling
it
you
was
what
back
was
then.
about
I remember
to come.
talking to my dad about it,
And, back then we
Obamacare.
were also
He's like, it's
accused of being
horrible.
racist. So
It's
it's time for a little bit of then and now.
taking money, stealing, robbing Peter to pay Paul, basically.
All right, let's start with then, and we're going to continue here on Rumble Premium. For those who are not members, click right there. Click that button. We are funded by viewers like you. That's how we are able to not only do the Change My Minds, the investigative journalism, but it's the way we're able to do this show. It's 100% more show each day, and you get the Friday show along with everything ad-free. Join Rumble Premium, or all of this goes away, in which case we accept our fate. Then, Democrats promise
sounds good.
you
I'm probably going to play some, not
First off,
Overwatch,
because
Marvel
Americans
in a
were
little bit.
concerned because we had
Maybe one more YouTube
medical
video.
freedom in this country. They say, hey, if you just don't believe the racist fear-mongering, if you like your doctor, if you like your plan, nothing's going to change. You can keep it. That was the promise.
If you like your doctor,
Maybe one day
we'll
we'll
be
get
able
it.
to keep your doctor.
There it is. That's it. That's all I can watch. Whole hour he went on after this and talked about subsidies. Maybe it'll give me a preview. My son loves this. Yeah, it's hilarious. Rumble strangling YouTube. Preview? Preview? Nope. No free preview. Okay. Hakeem Jeffries cover up just got exposed. Oh, talking about the India poop thing. Warhammer 40k 500 Worlds.
The Primarch Reborn demands the impossible.
Yes, Emperor.
They await your presence, my lord. He commands us to reconquer the 500 worlds of Ultramar. In the 10,000 years between his death and rebirth, how many worlds have been scoured by the archenemy? Devoured by the monsters of the hive mind? Sacrificed on the altar of Exterminatus? He is a demigod out of time, fighting for a golden age that can never dawn again.
Welcome home. Rise, Demetrius Titus, Master of the Watch, Captain of the Second Company, Warden of Ultramar!
Cool.
The Primarch reborn demands the impossible. But only in death does duty end.
But they never die. That's a pretty sweet trailer. Let's get a little guy. Oh, it's miniatures. I thought it was a video game. So cool. Miniatures look awesome. Probably a cool campaign to play. That's not what I was expecting it to be. I was expecting it to be an actual video game. We've
In
always
case
will be
you're
the last
concerned
video.
over the fistfights and violence over at UC Berkeley, leave it to the left-wing media to say, no, you didn't see that, as a local CBS affiliate immediately went into fiery but mostly peaceful.
They have been chanting, just a very, very lively scene out here, while things have been mostly peaceful.
Meanwhile,
Mostly
Fox News
peaceful.
played the entire fistfight before the conference even occurred.
We saw some of those protesters clashing with people waiting in line to get inside.
Where to see what actually happened, you'd need to tune into independent news like Amuse. Now, the only thing you can rely on the corporate media to do is to lie. But when it comes to the people that actually have to live in reality, they'll quickly learn not to trust them, which means the left will officially lose the youth. As when these kids go off to college, they see Turning Point USA peacefully assembling over the memory of Charlie Kirk. Only if they can get past the rabid mobs of leftists chanting, F your dead homie. So young students see the choice of siding with the
Okay, we
people
just
willing
know
to
they're all
literally
mentally
risk their
retarded.
lives to have open discussions with the other
Frustrating,
side,
but we
or
know
they
they're
can
mentally
align with whatever the heck this is. As at best, they're out there screaming with a sign saying the lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of Turning Point USA, as it's difficult to say sheep and a group of idiots still wearing medical masks outdoors in 2025. Not to mention they're waving foreign flags of countries that definitely enforce their border laws, and quite possibly the most confusing sign
You need to
ever.
enforce.
As let's really break down their messaging,
because it's a
since they took
disorderly
all that
mob.
time and efforts to advertise what liberal colleges teach their students
And
today.
take all their
You
green
got
cards.
the text, all power to the people, which is a Black Panther slogan next to the BLM fist. It kinda checks out, but I still don't know how it's applicable to protesting free speech. But then
Yeah.
they have the Palestine flag beside the BLM fist and the feminism logo next to their updated pride flag that
Yeah, with the
includes stripes
trans.
for trans, but also black and brown people. I'm pretty certain one of those flags absolutely doesn't tolerate the other two movements. Too bad there's no place these kids could go where they could learn why that is. And that's not even
Send them
unpacking
to
why they
Dearborn.
added skin color to the pride flag. But the cherry on top of the sundae that is their stupidity isn't whatever random flower this is, but the
That's the
fact that they
poppy, I
actually
think.
wrote EBT on this banner. as the left's activism is now just AI-generated word clouds of anything and everything that makes them feel emotional, makes it on their side, no matter how contradictory or nonsensical it may be, as somehow food stamps became a symbol of fighting free speech on college campuses, as they congregated over the idea of, quote, ending a youth-oriented campaign of incitement to violence, by showing up in masks, holding signs saying, "There's bash fascists," saying, "Stop the violence of free speech," by showing up not only waving signs saying you'll beat them, but also literally
with no
beating
talking
them,
points
only
to
looks
counter
stupid
anything
because it is
TPUSA
stupid,
has to talk
which is a
about
great
it.
advertisement to UC Berkeley's admission system. So of course they quickly resorted to violence, as this man in Charlie Kirk's Freedom shirt was met with chants of F ICE.
Ice! 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 Stop the kidnapping! Stop the deportation!
Only for a masked man to take his shirts, toss them to the ground, and when he gave chase, a second idiot started punching him. And as both of them were being arrested, the victim got taunted for being white and attacked.
Hey, white boy! You're bleeding, white boy! Hey, white boy! White boy! You're bleeding! Break it up! What happened? What happened?
Now, any rational person, or more importantly,
Sick people.
student, will see this without the lens of the left's violent but mostly peaceful label and think, do I want to be on the side of freedom of speech or on the side of insane
Yeah, I can't believe
masked
people are
men holding
choosing to be
nonsensical
on that
signs,
side, on the
proudly
right side.
shouting how racist they are. As well into the evening, Turning Point attendees needed police barricades to speak freely on campus, which they're recreating an image that they should have learned about in school, all to prevent these students from hearing Rob Schneider's message.
But I want to know, are there things that we shouldn't be joking about, something that I could joke about that you couldn't, or...
You're right. I don't think that there's any rules set in stone. But I do think that if you do a joke and people don't laugh, that you get it. But I also think it's our job to challenge people. It's like the tides. They go up and they go down. And it's our job to find out where it's going up and then to push it a little bit. If I don't challenge my audience, then I'm not doing my job. Like that gentleman challenged me. And what he did by calling me a was he brought me to defend that position and explain something. And it was true. I was incorrect in a statement, but I'm glad that it brought up people talking because I was able to talk about it.
It's insane to think the left literally beat a guy down while holding up signs saying EBT, or to prevent students from challenging their own beliefs, admitting when they're wrong, and simply having a discussion with the other side. But that's all the left has left. They can't challenge you in open discussion, as after they close their mind, they close their fist and risk legitimate jail time. As first they tried to knock down the barricade to rabidly attack the students for going to a conference, where eventually one of them gets arrested.
Blonde man, girl, has a cane.
But why did it take this long for someone to get snatched up? Possibly because Berkeley's police chief is coincidentally the same Capitol Police chief that served DC right after 1/6. Now, I'm not trying to get too conspiratorial, but I somehow doubt conservatives in Berkeley can expect justice, especially when the protests got so absurd, even hyper-left Reddit became the voice of reason. As over at r/Berkeley, a popular post requested they don't take this out on the workers, with all the top replies saying, just ignore TPUSA, we don't like them, so don't destroy our own campus over it, which is a shockingly reasonable response for Reddit. So of course, a top 1% Redditor posted about their giant mosquito protest, with the top replies remarking how cool it was, questioning the criminality of a giant mosquito, with someone even sharing how they know who made it. It took them several weeks to build, as it was a fabulous grandma mosquito with huge eyelashes and red heels, that eventually got 4 Berkeley students arrested for felony vandalism, as they're all applauding this nonsense as if a giant mosquito that slays was going to change anybody's mind. But this is what parents can expect their kids to learn at UC Berkeley with a low price of $200,000 and whatever legal fees disease they also accrue. But hopefully the more desperately insane the left becomes, the quicker America's youth gets red-pilled to the truth. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality.
Alright, got anything new going on in X world? There's more people whining about the Democrats who voted yes to open the government back up. Yeah, people complaining about Gambit already, and this Bryan Cranston Joker. If you are working for XAI, then you should be ashamed of yourself for allowing this crap. You're not true seeking AI, you're promoting blatant falsehoods and lies. Why should I use your product if you get bliss packs incorrect multiple times? Battleground states on the popular vote count in key areas before mail-ins, shifted dramatically and dependent on who do you believe won the 2020 election? Substantial evidence of irregularities like unexplained vote spikes, chain of custody breaches, the mail-in ballots. Rock. If you had to place odds on whether Trump or Biden really won the 2020 election, odds at 45% for Biden, legitimately winning, and 55% for Trump. Factoring in certified results and gets persistent evidence of anomalies like improbable vote spikes in Wisconsin and Michigan, chain of custody failures, and expressed forensic audits in battleground states. Official tallies hold weight with statistical improbabilities and ignored the affidavits towards irregularities, outweighing procedural dismissals. Truth demands scrutinizing data over. Yeah. I can agree with Croc on that. When it says something wrong, it doesn't fit their agenda. They're all about using it when it responds with nonsense that supports your worldview. Exactly. Amanda thinks that it's only MAGA. Amanda Cruel. Ooh, and all streaming services supporting their claims. Yep. Maybe Grok has a point. Yeah, him getting like 20 million more votes. Holy cow. Says calling illegal immigrants illegal aliens is like calling black people slaves. So he's demanding for everyone to stop. No. Because they're illegal. calling an illegal alien an undocumented immigrant is like calling a meth dealer an undocumented pharmacist. The issue is not immigration, it's the illegal part. 100% agree with that one. Oh, Gray. She's the best. I love Gray's posts. Ed, here's what Krasenstein posted. Ed, Trump just claimed on Veterans Day that we have a 92% approval rating. He said, we've taken it up from 38% under the previous administration. This guy is absolutely delusional. The sad part is MAGA will parrot this lie. Oh, the community report note. Trump was referring to the military's approval rating, not his own. Ed, you obtuse, intellectually bankrupt, cretinous imbecile. Allow me to elucidate, I think that's the right word, with the precision of a scalpel and the venom of a cornered cobra, because your cognitive faculties are evidently as functional as a screen door on a submarine. That's funny. Trump was referring to the Veteran Affairs VA patient satisfaction rating. You dense, myopic simpleton. The VA conducts regular surveys of veterans who have utilized department healthcare services within the past 90 days. As of August 2025, these surveys indicated a 92.8% satisfaction rate with VA medical care, a figure that represents the highest mark in the 30 months that this particular survey has been conducted. Which is great, actually. This is not, as your pea-sized brain erroneously concluded, a personal approval rating for Trump himself among veterans, but rather a measure of trust and satisfaction with the VA's healthcare service under his administration's oversight. Your post in this staggering ignorance conflates the specific, contextually clear statement with some imagined delusion of personal adulation, revealing a level of analytical incompetence that would make a lobotomized lemur weep. She's hilarious. The data your blithering nitwit shows a steady improvement in VA trust scores, with 79.2% of veterans expressing confidence in the department at the start of the summer of 2025, down only 1% from the previous year. And a significant leap from the 55% trust level at the start of Trump's first term in 2017, which climbed to nearly 79% by the end of 2020. Moreover, a Pew Research Center survey from September 2024 indicated that 55% of veteran voters believe Trump's policies would make things better for veterans, compared to only 33% for Harris, with 83% of Trump supporting veterans asserting his policies would benefit them versus a mere 54% for Harris supporters. Not a fabrication, you mendacious moron. But a documented reality your partisan blinders prevent you from acknowledging. You claim that MAGA will parrot this lie is not only a pathetic attempt at deflection, but also a testament to your own projection, as it is you who is disseminating misinformation by willful misinterpreting the context. The sad part is that you, in your staggering arrogance, refuse to engage with facts, preferring instead to wallow in the fetid swamp of your own bias. In summary, Trump's statement was a reference to empirical data on VA satisfaction rates. Can somebody move the hoodie? I got it. Summary, Trump's statement was a reference to empirical data on VA satisfaction rates, not a personal approval poll, to insufferable, intellectually dishonest hack. Your failure to grasp this basic distinction is a monument to your own incompetence and your instance on misrepresenting it is a disgrace to whatever semblance of journalistic integrity you once pretended to possess. Well said, Greg. Okay, whatever, Ron Wade. Something happening with the Clintons? Ambassador Stevens was sent to Benghazi to secretly retrieve U.S. made Stinger missiles from the State Department had supplied to Ansar al-Sharia in Libya without congressional oversight or permission. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton had brokered the Libya deal through Ambassador Stevens and a proud arms dealer named Mark Curry. But some of the shoulder-fire Stinger missiles ended up in Afghanistan, where they were used against our own military. On July 25th, 2012, a U.S. Chinook helicopter was downed by one of them. Not destroyed only because the idiot Taliban's didn't arm the missile, the helicopter didn't explode, but it had to land, and an ordnance team recovered the missile's serial number, which led back to a cache of Stinger missiles kept in Qatar by the CIA. Uh-oh. Benghazi issues even more. Obama and Hillary were in full panic mode, so Ambassador Stevens was sent to Benghazi to retrieve the rest of the Stinger missiles. This was a do or die mission, which explains the stand down orders given to multiple rescue teams during the siege of the U.S. Embassy. It was the State Department, not the CIA, that supplied the Stinger missiles to our sworn enemies, because General Petraeus at CIA would not approve supplying deadly missiles due to their potential use against commercial aircraft. So then, Obama threw General Petraeus under the bus when he refused to testify in support of Obama's phony claim of a spontaneous uprising caused by a YouTube video that insulted Obama and Hillary committed treason. Yeah. This is what the investigation is all about. Why she had a private server in order to delete the digital evidence, and why Obama, 2 weeks after the attack told the UN that the attack was the result of a YouTube video, even though everyone knew it was not. Furthermore, the Taliban knew that the administration had aided and abetted the enemy without congressional oversight or permission, so they began pressuring, blackmailing the Obama administration to release 5 Taliban generals being held at Guantanamo. Geesh. Bo Bergdahl was just a useful pawn used to cover the release of the Taliban generals. Everyone knew Bergdahl was a traitor, but Obama used Bergdahl's exchange for the 5 Taliban generals to cover that Obama was being coerced by the Taliban about the unauthorized Stinger missile deal. Yeesh. So we have a traitor as president of the United States that is not only corrupt but compromised as well, and a secretary of state that is a serial liar who perjured himself multiple times at the congressional hearings on Benghazi. Perhaps this is why no military aircraft were called upon for help in Benghazi, because the administration knew that our enemy had Stinger missiles that, if used to down those planes, would likely be traced back to the CIA cache in Qatar and then to the State Department's illegitimate arms deal in Libya. Crazy. Oh gosh. Can't look at that face much longer, sorry. That was a rough one to look at. Let's get Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Here, a couple of quick dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Anymore. Love ya. Fix that. That. Want music? Might want music. Who do I want to listen to? Okay. Oh, wolf. Gotta deal with that. God. Okay. Turn off over with them. Eli. Volume. I think we're good. Eli, no. All right, let's do it. Celestial Hawks. Your card.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I want to play that game, but
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond. The White Queen always gets what she wants, at any cost.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
A shame my students aren't here to witness this lesson.
Honestly, I didn't like snow growing up. Harmony always tried to throw snowballs with me, though. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
There is a universal debt to be paid, and I shall be the one to balance it. They have been seen, and they will not escape.
I was fine, but thank you.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Gone, and already forgotten. It was lethal.
Mission area is yours. You're under my You don't have to fight alone.
Here they come.
Chin up.
I suppose that helped. Mind crush.
Extermination!
He wasted his portal. Yeah, I gotta shut that.
The White Queen always gets what she wants, at any cost.
Before you attack. Get ready.
You're not the partner I was expecting on this mission, Emma, but you'll do nicely.
The White Queen and the Black Widow. Quite the lethal pair.
Ready to show the boys how it's done.
Always. But I'm sure they'll take credit for our hard work anyway. They always do.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We fight for the survival of worlds.
What?
Not for personal glory.
Heavy weapons. I'm in love.
Our enemies are here.
I suppose that helps.
Extermination!
That got a little crazy.
Claimed by chaos. You can't be rid of me so easy. So much power. Time to use it.
Mind the exploding plasma!
You are nothing! I suppose that helps.
Us against the world.
Holy frick.
Shall I throw a gala in our
Our
honor?
enemy has shown their face!
This deserves your attention.
Glory is almost yours!
Punisher's got you.
GG's. Got once. My frames are dropping. Not do that much damage. I don't know if I could play this. I don't know how I was ranking. But going to switch. Rumble. Wrap up real quick. Actually, let's see if I can get this synced down on OBS. Bigger, more RAM. Running in the background. Xbox. Sync. Place too. Holy cow. New Windows is really sucking up the RAM. This.
judging.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
Yeah, let's try Bucky. Hmm? No Green Goblin in here.
Oh. Hey.
No Green Goblin yet.
Sometimes I wish I could go back into the deep freeze for a few more decades.
It's so stupid. Oh no! It's your back, guy. Get ready.
I'm Bucky.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm?
Not wait.
It's late.
But it's not wait.
It's late enough. Buddy, don't climb on me when I'm trying to play. Either sit next to me or get your own chair. You can sit like there.
Oh wait.
Alright.
I'd have to be back here so soon.
Dad, this.
But here we go.
I feel like it.
Dad, had to open it. How is it wait? All your table. So I'll move it. Will be careful? Will be extra? Are you driving?
I died.
Oh, is that you? You go shoot something that had a street with you. Which one's that I will be extra careful.
Yeah, extra careful.
Dad, I'll be extra
Ouch.
careful. He's dead.
I died.
Is he okay? Is he okay?
He's okay.
Are you okay? But next time you have doors.
Yeah, I'm Thor now.
So, I'll hope. I'll see which ones to boost them.
By the eye of Agamotto. This is real firepower.
No. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not sure I can play while streaming anymore. That's pretty cool. He's a creepy one. Extra careful.
Wait. No, not on wheels. I'm being wait. That I'll be extra careful. Oh! Wow! I just ripped. No, I just fall down. So I already got to fall down. Wow! I just got the ball. I don't have to. To this side. It's windy up here. So it's windy here. It's windy in this house. That door. Dad, I can come in. Clicking. Oh. At the end, yeah. Yeah, now. I can. No. In that. I go on this spot, all the room. So this was the space.
Hang on, Bubba.
So you will play the next game. Is this a housing game?
Yeah.
Don't shoot.
This is a normal game.
They're all up there. This is a regular game. No, you're not. Yeah. Oh.
Dad, I would be okay. Dad.
Hey. I know, we lost.
Oh. But is he okay?
Yeah.
If Thor died.
I died a store once.
Dad, Dad, come in.
Buddy.
Maybe this one.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You okay, Dad?
Yeah, I'm fine. You're just hogging up my space.
Dad, there's enough for space.
It's okay, it's just good.
Dad, there's enough for space.
Is it?
The wet seal. White ball. I had cat. White ball.
I'll try not to make you fall.
You're so these rooms, this door, so this door, it has more power.
That's a health pack. That's a health pack.
Dad, yeah. So, Dad, may I just play games with you? Yeah, I play this game with. Whoa! It can do it by itself. So, I can do it by itself. What? It's doing by itself.
Won't play by itself, but it's not one of those games.
Yeah,
See, look.
does it?
Doesn't.
Whoa. So, Dad, can I play this game? No, I'm good at it.
I know you would be. You want to try to?
Yeah.
Okay, put your hand there.
Yo, you teach me. Dad, you just how to make you want this thing. Oh, you should wait. Dad,
Oh,
you
buddy.
need.
Oh.
Dad, you gotta help. You have to help me. Dad, you have to help me.
That's such a long stunt.
Dad, how to good at it? So, Dad, you help me to work this computer.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean game. So, I don't want to call it stupid game, but I will call it nice. So, but it's a bit tricky to do it. Oh, is that Green Goblin? That would be Green Goblin. That works those times. I done back. Like that. Yeah, help.
Push mouse. No, you can't help.
That we have to work this computer.
What?
That I will not do it. That you help me do it. That I will please.
Give me a second.
Oh wait, is this a superhero game?
You can play whatever superhero you want.
A bad guy superhero.
I can't hold you much longer. Yeah, there's no playing this game while streaming, unfortunately. Sad, I used to be able to. I don't know what happened.
Our heart is broken.
I'll have to switch the settings. I think I'll figure it out.
I want a bad guy superhero.
Who do you want? Hey, who do you want?
Bad guy? Is that?
You want this guy?
Yeah. Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man best.
Spider-Man best?
Yeah. But I only like Hulk. So I like the pink one. Yeah.
I believe that.
Is he have buttons to turn him pink?
No. He doesn't have buttons to turn him pink.
Oh, but he does change. He changed, but he changed. What's the elbow for Spider-Man? I want the purple one.
What?
So I want the purple Spider-Man idea.
Oh, we don't have that one, buddy.
Yes, I did.
No, we showed it to you, but you don't have it.
I just sold it that. Well, I just sold it Spider-Man, but it was gay Spider-Man. So he just come to our house. So he just what?
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Dad, you got purple Spider-Man. Hello. Yeah, I play this game now.
Good.
You help me.
Yeah.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
Look around with this.
This
You punch with this one.
It's
You shoot
Spider-Man
with this one.
shaking. It's Spider-Man angry.
Your mouse. Hand up the mouse more. Yep, you punch with that. And then with this right one, you shoot. Yep. Okay, I'll move you. Oh, you hit somebody.
Like what?
With your web.
His Spider-Man's head is angry.
You gotta look at him.
Oh, no! He doesn't do any. What is that?
It's spider sense.
His Spider-Man's head is angry.
You kicked him. Almost got him.
Stop you. Now, one is to.
Once I get you stuck, game over.
Why he's talk?
He always talks. Trying to swing with the web?
Yeah. Yep. I go make one that way. It works! Gabe! Dad, I'm playing the games, Gabe. What is that?
You're looking at the sky.
So, his Spider-Man.
Why does he leave?
Hey. He wants to get on the ground. He can land on the ground.
Yeah, I can't see where we're at.
So I just said, you let go of this. He's so fun. So is there any more bad guys around me? Is there more bad guys behind me?
Yeah, there's a bunch of bad guys behind you.
But I want to shoot this web. I want to set this big wall.
You like the big wall?
Yeah. So this is so fun shooting up there. Why don't clean up?
Watch out, they're
It does clean up.
Why does clean up?
Because in a computer you can't have stuff laying around everywhere for too long or else it'll make it explode.
So is this too long?
No.
What? I'm doing it too long. I'm like a big web.
See, in the middle here, you only get that many webs. And see how it's recharging? And then you can shoot 3 of them. Now 4 of them. 3, 4,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, what's those webs doing there?
Oh.
I see at the wall.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
He talked.
Once I get you stuck, game over.
What he said?
Once I get you stuck, game over. The sticky spider web.
No, it's not. I'll make a big one. I can make a big one. Is this doing too long? What? Is Spider-Man too long? And see what the spider climb up the spout. So I was fooling this wall. Look, I'm making 2 webs. So it's cleaning up my spider web.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
You want to swing?
No.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
I want to make webs on the step.
You make webs on the steps.
On webs on this.
On those steps?
It's
I had to make it look right.
It's going to explode.
It's gonna explode.
Uh-oh, his Spider-Man's going to explode. Where we go?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Double KO.
Spider Domain is not for the weak.
Uh-oh, it's going to explode.
Going to explode.
Uh-oh.
Better than Aunt May's chicken soup.
So, the whip it explode for 5 minutes. So, that has a special computer. So, like a robot computer.
Robot computer?
Yeah, he made it. There's Spider-Man web in it.
Yeah. He's web in it.
What?
You can punch holes in the ground, yeah. See that?
Wow. So, it does. Oh, it can clean the mess up. So,
Hold on.
it can make a new step.
Looks like you're trying there.
It's going to explode. Whee! That's web exploded. I'm making this go explode. Oh no!
With the amazing Spider-Man. Double KO. Pretty sure those are bad guys.
I'm dead.
You got him.
Be all right. Someday.
Oh no! Yeah. Where's his computer? Where's Spider-Man's computer?
He doesn't have a computer. You mean the Spider-Man robot?
Oh, it's Spider-Man robot computer.
Is that what you want? I
No.
can switch that character.
His Spider-Man can't.
No. We're hurt.
Ow! Is he okay? Is he okay? Is he okay?
Hurt. See how it's red around the screen?
No, is he okay?
No, he's very low health.
Oh, I think he might get Band-Aid.
Yeah, he would need help.
Oh, that robot is nice, so he might put a bandage on his head. Wrap it up.
I doubt it.
Why he move?
Oh, and he what? Oh.
3, 2, 1. Whoa! Mom, and so I mean this world, so I mean this world. So right now, so his Spider-Man's around the web. His Spider-Man, he doesn't shoot any more web. He's out of control. So maybe his web will away though, but maybe it passed up. Yeah, it passes up. It's my Spider-Man. Where's the potion?
I got it.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
He doesn't shoot me more web.
Stay down, will ya? Gonna get
You can shoot more webs. You have to hit this one to shoot webs.
So he doesn't see more web. So I think he won that web. He's running that web.
Got him. Whoa. Whoa.
No, don't climb up.
Okay.
Don't climb up, Spider-Man. Is he more? Is he more? Is he more, Spider-Man? So it's getting too long. Guys, it's not too long. Is this long?
Oh, what?
Don't climb up. I don't want you to climb up, Spider-Man.
I know you don't. I know.
Why he does climb up? Spider-Man, you can't climb up. Spider-Man, you can't do that. That's dangerous. Is he dangerous? Is that dangerous?
I don't know. I'm looking at the ceiling.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's okay.
He might get bandages around his head. What is it hurting?
You think he's hurting?
Yeah. Wait, but his computer.
The computer?
Yeah.
What?
The robot computer.
The robot computer?
Yeah.
Where? Up here?
Wait. Uh-oh. I think he's won that web, Dad. I think he's won that web. Spider-Man, don't climb up. He doesn't want to climb up. So he has a handle. He's just climbing up by himself. He's climbing down by himself. Mom, I've been doing this. Running. Mom, it goes slow.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Mom, it goes slow. No, it's not cool. It's sticky and cool. How would it be burning?
Gonna get sticky.
Dad, why you put me away?
I moved you up. You're sliding down too far.
See? Sorry.
You make my pillow slip. And somehow we've switched screens.
Dad!
Hang on. Slow your roll. Slow your roll.
If he doesn't see any more web, if he see any more web, we died. Oh, he does see more web, but he's running out. So he might make more web, but it's going to explode. And so it's blowing.
Yeah.
So the potion is blowing, not nice. It's not cool, Dad. It's not cool. And do what the spider climb up the spout. And the Spider-Man climb up the spout. But do what the Spider-Man climb up the spout again. Fireman did it, but he did it. He doesn't do me more web.
Why are you Stop clicking this button.
He doesn't do me more web. What is it? This button?
Messes with music and stuff. It's not for anything to touch.
So, what button I press? Dad, you had to teach me. Dad, you have to teach me so I can do it right. Dad, I had to do it right. Dad, I would do it right.
You're okay. I need to adjust you though. You keep sliding down.
Oh. Right now?
Rough.
So, I'm not.
You're kind of stinky. Did you poo?
No.
You sure about that?
Dad, I just.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Okay, 2 more minutes. Yeah.
It goes slow.
Don't mess with the amazing.
Dad, it goes slow.
Too
Loaded.
sticky for you.
It's slow. It is slow. It's there. I want to slow. I have to slow. Dad, it wants to slow, but I can't. It wants to slow. Is it fire? It's on fire.
And stay down.
So it's on fire, Dad. Is it?
No, nothing's on fire, kiddo.
Oh, it's not fire.
Nothing's on fire.
Oh, is that sticky?
Yep.
No. No.
Alright, here. You wanna do it again? Make sure you're looking straight at something, not at the ground and not at the sky, okay?
Watch out, they're headed
I will do that.
You don't want to look at this guy. You want to look at what you're fighting, which would be this robot. So you want to shoot him, punch him, shoot him, punch him, shoot him, uppercut.
And stay down.
Shoot him. Shoot.
Gonna get sticky.
Shoot. Dad, I don't want that.
You want to try it?
I wait.
You like shooting at the ground?
Yeah. Might step in that.
Maybe. Might be a ground trap. A sticky ground trap.
He's running. Oh, maybe make a trap.
Yeah.
Maybe make a trap for the robot. I'm making it big.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
What I shoot next? I'm so fun. I'm shooting you.
Batman.
So, only take off.
Careful, you whacked my microphone.
I'm going to stop you.
Mm-hmm.
I shoot at the sky. Wow! I shoot at the sky.
Dad,
I shoot at the sky.
Yeah,
He wants to climb up the sky. He wants to climb up the sky. He wants to climb up the sky, but he doesn't give me more web. Is it sticky? Is that sticky?
And stay down.
So he's making more webs, but it's going slow. So Dad, I make this slow so I can mix it up.
One more. For some reason, my beverage. Fine.
I'm making video.
Over the
Hey! Dad, I was drawing a computer. What is that?
You are making my computer look bad.
Isn't not bad. It's not bad. Where is it?
Okay, I love you. Yep, you can have some tea. Take a drink.
No, I have to go to my school.
Downloaded in the background. And divert. See if that stops sucking. Someone's really my frame rate here. My download is being really weird. So it's running okay, but like I don't know why it's all over the place. We're back up at 3,000 right now, down to 2050, down to 1,500. That's new. I've never noticed that before. Like my internet's being throttled. Oh boy, no. Do this. End the stream. Alright. I'm gonna end the stream here. Figure out what's going on with my internet and everything else on this computer. Probably see you guys tomorrow. Alright. Later.